the story of Jonathan Thomas and his Christmas on the Moon. This is the story of a wee little boy who has just turned 6, and his name is Jonathan Thomas. And what happened to him is not just fiddlesticks, for right here's where we make the promise. It could have happened to you if you were not you, but instead were Jonathan Thomas, who said his prayers every night upstairs and jumped into bed clear up to his head and snuggled and juggled and ruggled and juggled because Christmas was not very far off and was as good as he could, as all other boys would, if Christmas were coming so soon. For if he was bad and not merry and glad, his dad would not like such a lad and be sad and even a bit mad and not read fairy tales in his room, where the moon disgustingly listened to his weepings and wails. But here is the story, and it's true, don't you worry, 'cause remember, I made you the promise. It's as true blue, and could have happened to you if it hadn't happened to Jonathan Thomas. You see, the big grandfather clock in the hall had just struck 8, and Jonathan Thomas had had his bath and said his prayers and kissed Mummy and Nan and then taken the hand of his dad, and up the stairs they went. 1, 2, button your shoe, 3, 4, shut the door, until they were to where you say 11, 12, the kitchen shelf, and then down the hall and in the room and whisk into bed.
Now. Now pull the covers up so you won't catch the sneezels.
Daddy.
What is it?
Mommy said if I were to brush my teeth 4 times, you were to speak a story.
Well, now, and did you brush your teeth that many times?
Uh-huh.
Then what shall the story be about?
About Jonathan Thomas and Gus.
Jonathan Thomas and Gus?
Uh-huh.
Well, once upon a time, there was a little boy...
Wait, Daddy.
Hmm?
Gus has got to hear, too. He can't if he's under the covers.
Oh, well then, by all means, we must haul him out from under the covers. But Gus would be as angry if he didn't hear the story. And he'd probably cry until his sawdust got wet. There now. Now, let's sit him up on the pillow, and we'll twist one ear a little further forward, so he'll have no difficulty in hearing. Now then, are we ready?
Uh-huh.
Well, once upon a time, there was a wee little boy who had just turned 6, and his name was Jonathan Thomas. And he had a beautiful stuffed teddy bear named Gus. And one night, when Jonathan Thomas went to bed away upstairs, after he'd brushed his teeth, and when he was tucked in with Gus by his side, and when he was asleep, a long, slender moonbeam made of pure silver came through the window, like that. And down the moonbeam came sliding 2 of the queerest creatures you ever did see, like that. And there they were, laughing and chuckling and giggling and poking their fingers at Jonathan Thomas, who was sound asleep as he could ever be. But right away, quick as 46 tigers, Gus opened his left eye, and then his right eye, and he saw the creatures, and then he opened his mouth and went, and he jumped from the bed right after those creatures. And those creatures ran up the moonbeam, and Gus ran after them, barking like everything, or whooping, or whatever koala bears do. And all this noise woke up Jonathan Thomas. And he saw Gus running up the moonbeam, and he jumped right out of bed and right up the moonbeam after Gus, shouting as loud as ever he could.
Gus, come back, Gus. What a very strange place. Maybe I'd better knock on this door. Oh, hello.
Well, goodness gracious, my land and Jiminy Crickets. Whatever do you mean by knocking on my door when the sign plainly says, Epps absolutely no knocking until after 9 o'clock daylight saving moon time. Where are you? I mean, who are you? I don't see your name written on you anywhere. Well, speak up, speak up, speak up, speak up. Or has the cat got your tongue? If he has, we'll write him a letter and tell him to bring it back straight away quicker than you could say Jack Robinson. Isn't that silly of me? If the cat really got your tongue, you couldn't say Jack Robinson, could you?
My name is Jonathan Thomas.
Oh, what a silly name. Thomerson Jonas. Oh, there, never mind. We can't all have beautiful names like Scramboozle or Flimfuddle, can we? I had a grandfather once.
Have you seen Guz?
If I say, don't change the subject. Who's Gus?
He's my teddy bear, and he ran away.
Well, then why don't you go there and look for him instead of pestering me? Don't stand there in the doorway. Either come in or stay out. Yes, you'll have to do one or the other, you know. You can't do both at the same time. It's against the law.
If you please, sir, I'll come in.
What a silly thing to say, young man. It's not if I please, but if you please. Yeah. Have you had your breakfast?
Oh, no, sir,
Well, then who did have it if you didn't?
No one, I don't think.
You mean no one you do think. For if no one did have it instead of you, you'd know it. And if I were you, I shouldn't let no one have it again. Mr. No One's getting entirely too many breakfasts lately. Yep. Will you have breakfast with me?
Oh, I should like that very much if you don't mind.
Well, of course, I don't mind, except for old King Cole. Yeah, and I have to mind him or he'll throw me in jail for 1,000,000,000,000,000 years. And then, what would you like for breakfast?
Oh, I'd like just anything.
Well, I haven't got any of that. You shouldn't go around wanting things that people haven't got. Yep. But I can give you oatmeal porridge and cream and some squaffles and baconate.
Oh, thank you very much. That sounds the bestest of anything.
Well, of course it does. Yep. I don't think I like anything very well myself much, unless it's cooked just right. Well, now, come along. It'll be too late for breakfast, and you'll have to eat lunch instead. That would be...
Oh, I'm as full as 2 times 2. That was the bestest breakfast I ever ate. Oh, but I wish Gus was here. Do you think we could find him?
Well, I suppose we can. If you know where he is.
But I don't know.
Well, then how on the moon do you expect to find him if you don't know where he is? Of course, it might be that the Squibboblins have him.
Who?
Only owls say, who? Haven't you ever heard of the Squibboblins? They're always catching something. A long time ago, they caught little Bo Peep's sheep. And they never brought him back. And only last Tuesday, I had a cold. Oh, it was a beautiful cold. And they caught that. And I haven't seen it since. They're a most dreadful people.
Are they? Oh, do you think they caught Gus?
Well, I shouldn't be at all surprised. But I sometimes am.
Oh, I hope not. Because next to my mommy and Dad, I love Gus the bestest.
Yeah. Do you hear anything?
Of course I do. There's somebody at the door.
Oh, my goodness, I thought so. Now I'll have to say come in, for I can't say stay out, for whoever it is already out. So I'll have to say come in.
Well, can't you just say nothing at all?
I don't know. I've never tried. What does it mean? Oh, dear. I'll just have to say come in. Yes, I will. Come in. Oh, so it's you, is it?
Yep.
Well, what do you wish? And you can't have more than 3 wishes.
If you please, sir, Mr. Man in the Moon, I have brought great news.
Well, let me see it.
I have come to tell you that you had better hide, because the wretched Squibbobles are coming. And now I have to go and tell everybody else. Goodbye.
Oh, my goodness, the Squibbobles are coming. Oh, this is terrible. Come quickly, Jonathan Thomas. We must hide ever so fast or they'll catch us.
Where will we hide?
Well, right here, of course. Where do you suppose? If the Squibbobles come into this room, just shut your eyes and don't make a sound.
Don't we have to hide somewhere?
No, because somewhere is too far to go and we haven't time. Just shut your eyes.
Can't they see us if we shut our eyes?
Of course they can. Who ever heard of such a thing? You can't see them, can you, with your eyes shut?
No.
Well, then how can they see us if we can't see them? I'd like to know... Uh-oh. My goodness, here they come. Now, don't forget, shut your eyes and don't make a sound.
All right, I won't.
Oh, one more thing. If they should ask if anyone's here, tell them no. Shut your eyes now, quick.
Can you see anyone in here, General?
Oh, I can't see a soul. They must all be hiding.
You'd better ask and see.
Yes, sir. Is anyone in here?
No. We haven't seen him all day.
Oh, well, thank you very much.
You're extremely welcome.
There's no one here, General. You might as well leave. Oh, goodbye.
Yeah, goodbye. Oh, my goodness. That was a narrow escape. So narrow I could hardly squeeze through it. Well, you can open your eyes now, Jonathan Thomas.
Didn't they see us?
Of course not. How could they? You had your eyes shut all the time, didn't you? Oh, my goodness. There's more of it. Come in.
Quick, where away? The Swibobliums have kidnapped Santa Claus.
Kidnapped Santa Claus?
And we must watch to rescue him right away. Quick, away!
Oh, my goodness. Hurry, Jonathan Thomas. We must rush to the rescue. Santa Claus has been kidnapped. Oh, and there won't be any Christmas unless we rescue him. Come on, Jonathan Thomas. We must hurry like everything, only faster.
Well, it isn't very long until Christmas, and Santa Claus has been kidnapped. Will Jonathan Thomas and the Man in the Moon be able to find him in time? And what about Gus? Where is he? Don't forget to listen to the next adventure of Jonathan Thomas. Don't turn that dial. This is the right station if you want to hear about Jonathan Thomas and his Christmas on the Moon. Jonathan Thomas, who has just turned 6, got himself in a terrible fix. He went to bed at 8:30, which isn't early, nor is it late. And he went to sleep with his teddy bear, Gus. He never could sleep without Gus because... Well, then when the chime on the clock struck 9, and when it would seem he had begun to dream, a beam from the moon came into his room, and 2 funny people named Ezra and Jeeple slid down and started to frown at Jonathan Thomas and Gus. Well, then Gus woke up and chased them up, as any teddy bear should do. And then Jonathan Thomas, he woke up too, because he heard the fuzz that was made by Gus. And he joined the chase to the funniest place since the world began. And pretty soon he met a man who turned out to be, as he could plainly see, the Man in the Moon. Then pretty soon, when he was in his room, there was the awfulest noise, even worse than boys can make with their toys. And he got more scared than he dared or cared to let on, 'cause Gus was gone. And he sighed and nearly cried, and if he had, it wouldn't have been bad. And do you know because? The Swiboblums had kidnapped Santa Claus.
Mr. Man in the Moon.
Oh, for goodness sakes, stop calling me Mr. Man in the Moon.
Oh, but I thought that was your name.
Oh, how very silly. If it's your name, how could it be mine?
But it isn't, because my name is Jonathan Thomas.
That's a fibber, because my name isn't Jonathan Thomas. My name's nothing of the sort, and I'll be pleased if you'll call me that from now on.
Yes, sir. Thank you, please, Mr. Nothing of the Sort. But could maybe I ask you a question?
I don't know. Have you ever tried it?
Please, Mr. Nothing of the Sort, why do we have to come here to Old King Cole's court?
My goodness gracious, what an easy question. We come here to King Cole's court because we don't have to go there. And anybody knows that King Cole's court isn't there. It's here. There is where the old folks stay.
Oh.
Oh, what?
Just, oh? Oh, 'cause I wish we could go look for Gus.
Well, I guess there's nothing to stop us. We can look for him or find him or even sex him. If we have enough time. And if we haven't, maybe we can borrow some from anybody. He's got lots of time on his hands.
very best sort, for it's the court of old King Cole. Let the good be good and stand as they should, and the bad make confession, for this court is now in session. His Majesty King Cole.
Oh, dear. Ladies and gentlemen, and everybody else, this is the most serious moment of history. And anybody who ever studied history knows how serious that is. No. I mean to say, you all know that Santa Claus has been kidnapped. And if he isn't rescued, there won't be any Christmas this year. And you know what that means. It means that no toys for the boys, no curls for the girls, and Christmas will be very sad. That day of the year will be without cheer, no presents or candy or things. No come, all ye faithful, no carol that sings. And the day will be bad, not merry or glad, and no presents that sent to close the ring. Thank you. Now then, I am certain that there is a traitor in our midst. There is someone in this city of, oh my goodness, who is a spy for the terrible Squiboblums who kidnapped our dear Mr. Claus. Therefore, we are now going to hold court to find the guilty culprit. And I do hereby and herewith elect Professor I.M. Looney to act as prosecuting attorney, and the tired lion, Mr. Loudly O'Roar, to act as the defense attorney.
Thank you, Your Majesty, and ladies and gentlemen. And now, first of all, we shall proceed. Will the clerk of the court please ask Mr. Humpty Dumpty to come forth?
I think you'd better have him come first instead of fourth, Mr. Looney, so we can keep the numbers straight.
Yes, very well, Your Majesty. Will the clerk of the court please call Mr. Humpty Dumpty to the stand?
Humpty Dumpty to the stand.
Yeah, here I am.
Sit down.
Gosh.
Now then, Mr. Clerk of the Court, swear the witness.
No. Listen, Your Majesty. If you brung me up here just to swear at me, I ain't going to stay. I don't like being sworn at.
I said swear the witness, Mr. Humpty Dumpty, not swear at the witness. The word at being a preposition to show the relationship between the object and the verb. And one should never end a sentence with the preposition.
Yeah, what about a jail sentence, Professor Looney?
If you please, Your Majesty. Now then, Mr. Humpty Dumpty, where were you on the evening of the second Tuesday of last week?
No place.
Aha! But can you prove it?
Nope, but I sure can recite verses.
Oh, no, don't dare, I warn you. I'll go to pieces,
In the middle of the night when the sun was shining bright and the stars merrily twinkling, no sound was around and the still was so shrill that nobody could hear the listening.
I'm going to pieces. Oh, no.
Well, I'm most sorry to regret that due to the fact that Professor Looney has just gone to pieces, court is now adjourned until we put him back together.
Hear ye. The time has come for everyone to take their seats again. And if you fail, you'll go to jail, which is commonly called the pen. Sit down.
Call the next witness.
Yes. Jonathan Thomas to the stand. Jonathan Thomas to the stand. Where is Jonathan Thomas?
If you please, sir, I'm right here.
That's what you say. But I say that you're wrong here. And to prove
of the pudding is in the eating.
Oh, goody. Plum pudding, eh? With mint sauce, Professor Looney.
If you please, Your Majesty.
Proceed.
Thank you. Now then, Jonathan Thomas, do you solemnly swear that you will Bill-Phil the Strackdoodle of the Billwig Straddle-Hosnicks of the Truth Brasty of the Crally Dinchus of the Needle-Upper-Scott, so help me Hannah say I do?
I do. What if you please?
Aha! You see, Your Majesty? Evading. And all one needs is but one look at this cringing crook of crying crime, criminally conspiring scamp of cut-walling in his cataclysmic catastrophes, course crash, and unchristian company would claim and consider him considerably crazy. A complete confession of contemptuousness of contempt of court. Unquote. Now, answer my question, can you? Or can't you?
Can I what? If you please?
Aha! Evading again. Now, if you please, Your Majesty, you'll notice that he is about to cry. Trying to soothe our sympathy with silly sobs of sappy suffering, so strife will cease, and success seem to strike sorrow subservient. But I say, Your Majesty, he is guilty.
Quiet. So, it seems there's something in what you say. Proceed.
Proceed, I will. I accuse this prisoner of the bar of being a spy for the terrible Squibblums. For Santa Claus was not kidnapped until after Jonathan Thomas, alias Johnny the Gyp, alias Jonah the Jinx, arrived in our fair city of, oh my goodness, which proves it. Your Majesty, I accuse Jonathan Thomas of being responsible for Santa Claus being kidnapped. And I recommend that he be spanked by the royal spankers and also be given 2 bottles of castor oil.
But I do like castor oil.
Neither do I.
Your Majesty, I rest my jolly old case.
Well, thanks, Looney, old fellow. Now, Jonathan Thomas, since you were accused of being a spy for the Squibblums, you must be one. And therefore, it is the sentence of this court that you go to the land of Squibobble and bring back Santa Claus. And if you fail, well, I don't like castor oil either. Well, poor Jonathan Thomas. And what will happen to him in the land of the terrible Squibobbles? Well, you'll certainly find out in the next chapter of the story of Jonathan Thomas and his Christmas on the Moon. Don't turn that dial. This is the right station if you wish to hear about Jonathan Thomas and his Christmas on the Moon. Well, I guess you've heard what has occurred to Jonathan Thomas and Gus, but just in case, we'll find the place where it all began. You see, Jonathan Thomas was a wee little tad who was never too good or never too bad. And Gus was the bestest of all teddy bears. And one night, when they went away upstairs to bed, after his dad had said goodnight, and after his eyes had closed up tight, and 2 little elves slid down and looked around. Then Gus, that's the teddy bear, he opened his eyes, and what a surprise to see such guys from the moon. And then right soon he growled and sort of howled till the elves were afraid and wouldn't have stayed for $1,000,000 trillion. And they turned about-faced, and away they raced, and Gus, he chased them up to the skies. And Jonathan Thomas, he heard their cries and opened his eyes and almost died with surprise and cried,
Gus, come back!
And then, without stopping to pack, not even his sneakers, and wearing nothing at all but just his sleepers, he chased after Gus.
and he ran, as only little boys can, until he came to the moon. But it seems he got there a little too soon, 'cause the terrible Squibobbliums had broken the laws and kidnapped poor old Santa Claus. And then a merry old soul who was old King Cole held a court of the very worst sort, and Jonathan Thomas, he got the blame. Of course, he tried to explain that he just had came. That's not good grammar, but it rhymes with the line. And they told him they'd scold him and set him to boil and feed him 2 doses of castor oil, unless he minded the laws and brought back poor old Santa Claus. Poor Jonathan Thomas didn't know what to do. But then, neither would you if you were not you, but instead were Jonathan Thomas.
I want my mommy and daddy and Gus. Please, Mr. Man in the Moon, I want to go home.
My goodness gracious. How can you go home when you haven't found Santa Claus yet?
But I don't know where he is.
Oh, my, what a silly thing to say. Of course you don't know where he is. You couldn't find him if you did. How can you find someone unless someone's lost? You don't have to find the answer to that question until after you found Santa Claus.
Old King Cole said that the terrible Squibobulums had kidnapped Santa Claus and taken him to the land of Squibobble. If I go there to find him, maybe they'll kidnap me too and gobble me up.
Yep, that's right.
Oh, but I don't want to be gobbled up. I want to go home.
Yeah. Oh, my gracious. There's someone at the door that makes me so sore I could rip and roar till my coat was tore. And what's more, quick. Think of another word that rhymes with door.
I don't know.
Of course not. I don't know rhymes with blow, show, go, and Joe. Oh, now it's a sin, and I'll have to say, come in. Oh, so it's you, is it?
Of course it's me. As you can see, I'm Little Bo Peep, and I've lost my sheep. And I can't find them, really I can't. I've left them alone, really I have. But they didn't come home. Have you seen them?
Of course not.
Oh, thank you very much. Goodbye.
Oh, my goodness gracious. Seems like everything on the moon is lost these days. Yesterday, Mr. Squeezle lost his temper. He hasn't found it yet. The day before that, the grandfather's clock lost an hour. And he still hasn't found it. If this keeps up, we'll all be lost pretty soon. And then where will we be? That's what I want to know. Where will we be?
I guess we'll be lost.
Yeah, well, why, of course, that's right. Why didn't I think of that? Why didn't I? Oh, but come. We'll have to hurry, or else we'll lose time. We'll have to find that, too. Oh, by the way, I've got a surprise for you, Jonathan Thomas.
Oh, I like surprises. What is it, if you please?
I just decided that I will go with you to find Santa Claus. Quote, if we both go, it'll only take half as long, unquote.
Oh, that's very kind of you, sir, because I would have been afraid to go by myself.
Oh, fiddlesticks. You don't have to go by myself to reach the land of Squibobble. You have to go by the Rock Candy Bridge, over the Merry-Go-Round River, and then through the Canyon of the Three Dwarves.
Is it very far, if you please?
Oh, not so very. Only 1,000 miles or so. Why?
'Cause I'm little and you're big, and my legs aren't as long as yours, and my legs get tired quicker than anything.
Now, they couldn't get tired quicker than anything, because anything is always tired. And besides, we're not going to walk, we're going to ride.
Oh, that's nicer than anything. Otto?
Of course we ought to. If we didn't auto, we wouldn't have to, would we? And we'd better hurry or we won't find Santa Claus in time for Christmas. Yep. Come on, Jonathan Thomas. First, we have to go to the stable and get Gorgonzola.
Oh, who's he?
Why, he's my horse, of course, my beautiful horse. What else in the world could he be? The only one who can always run and never get tired of me. Yeah. Gorgonzola. A cheesy sort of a name. Yeah. He's got a red coat and he can run like a goat. Yeah. And sky blue is the color of his mane. Gorgonzola. Gorgonzola, here we come. Now, ladies and gentlemen, here we are, and there is Gorgonzola. Yup. Isn't he beautiful?
Oh, that's the funniest kind of a horse I ever saw.
Not so loud or he'll hear you and get his feelings hurt.
But he's the funniest color I ever saw. He's red and blue and green.
Of course he is. Haven't you ever heard of the horse of another color?
Oh, yes, because my daddy says that to my mommy sometimes. He says, that's a horse of another color.
Well, there he is. That's Gorgonzola. Now, come over here so you can meet him.
Does he talk?
Does he talk? Yuck. What a silly question. Of course he talks. Gorgonzola, I want you to meet Jonathan Thomas.
Hiya, J.T.
How do you do?
I do as I please. And I don't give a sneeze because I... Oh, and I'm as happy as any horse can be. Or I'm colossal. I'm stupendous. As you can plainly see.
Oh, yes, sir. Of course.
You better stand back, Jonathan Thomas. He's going into his dance. He does that every morning.
Oh, that'll be fun. I've never seen a horse dance.
Gorgonzola's my name. A cheesy name, but just the same, I'm a beautiful horse to see. For I'm stupendous, I'm colossal. I put all others to shame. For I'm a gorgeous horse, which you can see, and Gorgonzola is my name. Oh boy, how do you like that, huh?
Oh, that was very nice, if you please.
Nice? That was colossal. It was super stupendous.
Yes, sir, Mr. Gorgonzola.
Well, all right. It's time for us to leave. For anybody knows, you can't go anywhere unless you leave.
I'm ready, if you please.
Say, where was we going?
Wait, don't you know?
Way to the land of Squee-Bubble, of course. To rescue Santa Claus, aren't we, Jonathan Thomas?
Yes, sir.
Why, to the land of Squee-Bubble. Why, that's moida. That's what it is. Plain moida. Why don't people tell me these things?
Didn't you know, Mr. Gorgonzola?
I didn't know nothing. I'm saying it's moida. That's what it is. Nothing but plain, unadulterated moida.
Oh, my goodness.
Now, listen, let's stop the arguing, Gorgonzola, and quit stalling in that stall. Well, you've got to hurry or we'll be late. And there won't be any Christmas then this year.
Oh, no.
Okay, I'm with you. Put J.T. on me back, and let's go.
Well, all right, Jonathan Thomas. Climb up on Gorgonzola's back. Yes, sir, we're about ready to go here. Now, come on, up you go there. That's it. Now, leg over. There, down. That's fine.
Oh. Don't let me fall off, will you, Mr. Gorgonzola?
I said, hang on. Here we go.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah, here we go.
Oh, we're off to the land of Squee-Bubble. We'll run and we'll walk and we'll hobble. We'll never come back till we've taken a whack at the terrible land of Squee-Bubble.
We must hurry because we must find Santa Claus, or there'll be no Christmas this year. And things will be sad and much horribly bad, and people will cry. Oh, dear.
So we're off to the land of Squee-Bubble. We'll run and we'll walk and we'll hobble. We'll never come back till we've taken a whack at the terrible land of Squee-Bubble. We're off to the land of Squee-Bubble. We'll run and we'll walk and we'll hobble. We'll never come back till we've taken a whack at the terrible land of Squee-Bubble.
Well, there they go. Jonathan Thomas and the Man in the Moon and the beautiful horse of another color, Gorgonzola, down the road which leads to the terrible land of Squee-Bubble. But do you think they'll find Santa Claus in time? Well, we certainly hope so, don't we? And we'd better listen to the next episode and find out, hadn't we? Don't forget. Don't turn that dial. This is the right station if you wish to hear about Jonathan Thomas and his Christmas on the Moon. If there should be some folks about who scoff and laugh and seem to doubt this story of Jonathan Thomas, of how he went upstairs one night and went to sleep with his eyes closed tight until a light from the moon came into his room and two little people named Ezra and Jeeple slid down and started to frown at Guz, that's his teddy bear, why don't you care if they laugh and sneer? 'Cause it happened, and that's a promise. It happened as true as things happen to you. And this truly happened to Jonathan Thomas. Guz growled at those elves till they were beside themselves and chased them up to the moon. And Jonathan Thomas, he chased after Guz, and he shouted to Guz to come back because he was afraid he might get lost. And pretty soon he reached the moon. He knew because it was covered with frost. But Jonathan Thomas didn't mind the cold, for he was 6 and very brave and bold. But he did get scared at a man with a beard, with the funniest face he'd seen any place. And he wished he could find Guz pretty soon, but he couldn't. So he asked the man in the moon. But then in a hurry, with a terrible flurry, there was the awfulest noise, which would scare most boys, but didn't scare him, because he got as mad as he ever had when the Squibobbles kidnapped Santa Claus. Then, what do you think? As quick as a wink, some policemen came and put the blame on Jonathan Thomas, and he went to a court of the very worst sort. It was the court of old King Cole, who said, "Oh, now you must go, for you have broken the laws. You're a wicked spy, and you'll have to die unless you bring back Santa Claus." So Jonathan Thomas, he gave his promise, and he left the court in a terrible gloom, for he didn't know where he ought to go. And then he met the man in the moon, who said that, of course, he'd get his horse. That is, if he didn't mind, for it isn't much fun when there's only one who's got Santa Claus to find. So Jonathan Thomas, he said, "Why, yes, and what happened next you won't have to guess, for quicker than you can count up to 10, here's where the story begins again."
Squim-dum-dee, squim-dum-do, there are some things that I must know. Be it happy or be it sad, be it good or be it bad. So speak, O magic mirror, great and wise.
Ask me no questions, and I'll tell you no lies.
Alas, you wicked looking glass, unless your sass very quickly ceases, I'll break you into a million pieces. So speak the truth, and tell to me what strangers doth appear to thee.
Oh, evil witch of Rumpelstitch, this is what I see. Beyond the road where lives the toad, there is not one, but 1, 2, 3.
Forsooth, you speak the truth, O magic mirror great, and I would know as to where they go. So tell it to me straight.
They approach the river, and much I quiver to see them shiver so. For the icy stream doth plan and scheme to hold them in its course. The man in the moon, and Jonathan Thomas, and Gorgonzola, the horse.
They've come to rescue Santa Claus, but I shan't let them, because I'll call down my wrath and then laugh to see them suffer so. They'll be so afraid, they'll wish they'd stayed and never set out to go. Squim-dum-dee, squim-dum-do, and never set out to go.
Oh, we're off to the land of Squibobble. We'll run and we'll walk and we'll hobble. We'll never come back till we've taken a whack at the terrible land of Squibobble.
We must hurry because we must find Santa Claus, or there'll be no Christmas this year. And things will be sad bad and much horribly bad, and people will cry. Oh, dear.
So we're off to the land of Squib Bubble. We'll run and we'll walk and we'll hobble. We'll never come back till we've taken a whack at the terrible land of Squib Bubble. We're off to the land of Squib Bubble. We'll run and we'll walk and we'll hobble. We'll never come back till we've taken a whack at the terrible land of Squib Bubble.
Yeah. My gracious and Jiminy Crickets. Yeah. What a beautiful song that is.
I think it's the best song I ever heard.
Oh, it's stupendous. It's colossal. It's gigantic mammoth. And it nearly drives me frantic. Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy. Ha-cha-cha-cha-cha.
How much farther do we have to go, Mr. Man in the Moon, if you please, sir?
Oh, just about as far as from here to there.
But if you please, sir, how long is that?
About as long as a piece of string without any knots in it. Yeah. And we must be careful now, because we're in the canyon of the Three Dwarfs.
Oh, it's moida. That's what it is. Nothing but plain moida.
Oh, Mr. Man in the Moon. There's somebody standing over there.
Oh, my gracious to goodness to Agnes me. It's the Three Dwarfs, I think. Ask them who they are, Jonathan Thomas.
Yes, sir. Who are you, if you please?
I'm Sneasel. I'm Weasel.
I'm Beelzebub.
Who are you?
I am the Man in the Moon.
And I'm Jonathan Thomas.
And I'm Gorgonzola the horse.
And we're going to the land of the Squib Bubble to rescue Santa Claus. He's been kidnapped.
Yes, and we'd be ever so grateful if you'd let us go through your canyon.
You'll have to pay to go this way.
And if you don't, you'll have to stay.
Well, of course we'll pay. How much do you want?
Each will have to pay a song. And if the song is much too long,
or if you've learned it wrong,
you can't go through. Not one of you.
That's what you'll have to do.
Oh, but I don't know any songs. Well, not very good ones.
Then you'd better make one up, or down, or we'll never get through the canyon.
You'd better hurry. Oh, don't you worry.
We'll leave in a scurry.
And never let you or you go through our canyon.
Well, very well, then. I'll sing mine first, yeah? Oh, I'm the Man in the Moon who's singing this dreadful tune. It's up to you when I get through, which I hope will be very soon. Yeah. Now it's your turn, Jonathan Thomas.
Oh, but I only know one song.
Then sing it and ring it and swing it.
Yes, sir, if you please. A wee little fork and a knife and a spoon set out for adventure one day. The fork and the spoon to the wee little mouth of a wee little boy found their way. But the wee little knife by the side of the plate thought he had wasted his life. For somebody's mother had firmly announced that a boy mustn't eat with his knife. But the wee little boy smiled down and said, I'll use you to butter my bread. And you can't do that with a fork or a spoon. God bless you, the little knife said.
Oh, it's stupendous. It's colossal. It's gigantic.
That's a wonderful song, but a trifle too long.
But there wasn't a word that was wrong.
You pleased us so that you may go.
We cannot tell you no.
And we'll give to you this magic shoe,
so the evil witch can't trouble you.
And this magic hat, which goes with that,
will make them wonder where you're at.
Whenever you say Scat.
Oh, thank you very much. But you shouldn't say, wonder where you're at. You should say, wonder where I am.
I'm doesn't rhyme with hat. And that's that,
you bat.
Hey, my gracious to goodness. Run for your lives. There comes the witch.
Oh, Mr. Man in the Moon.
It's terrifying. That's what it is. Nothing but terrifying.
Yeah, come on, quick, Jonathan Thomas. Put on your hat and say scat, or the witch will have you, and that will be that. Come on, hurry, let's go.
Do you suppose Jonathan Thomas said scat quickly enough? Or do you suppose the evil witch got him? Well, I guess we'll just have to wait and find out. Oh, but I hope not. Don't you?
Don't turn that dial. This is the right station if you wish to hear about Jonathan Thomas and his Christmas on the Moon. There once was a lad, a wee little tad, whose name was Jonathan Thomas, who got into a fix when he was 6 because he kept a promise. You see, he went to the moon one night and got himself in a terrible fright. He was chasing Guz, because Guz ran away. Guz was his teddy bear, who thought it would pay to chase 2 elephants up to the moon, and he ran and got there soon. And he didn't get cold in spite of the frost, but what he did do was to get himself lost. Poor Jonathan Thomas nearly broke his heart, because he and Guz had never been apart, and he looked and looked, but all in vain. And when he started for home again, he knocked at a door which wasn't there before, and when it was answered, more sooner than soon, the man who answered was the Man in the Moon, who invited him in and said to him, "I'll give you breakfast if you like, for you must be hungry after such a long hike." And then, quick as a wink, what do you think? Crash, bang, bing, boom, till all the people were filled with gloom. And I'll bet you can't guess what the reason was. The Squeebobliums had kidnapped Santa Claus. How the bells rang out, how the people did shout, for it was all so very sad. And then, much to his shame, they said he was to blame. By he, I mean Jonathan Thomas. Why, they called him a spy and a terrible guy, and they made him faithfully promise to obey all the laws and find Santa Claus, which is very hard to do, till the Man in the Moon said, "I'll go too." And so off they went, without baggage or tent, not walking, but riding, of course, and with never a thought of ever getting caught. They went through the land of Rimplestitch, and their trouble began. No matter how they ran, they were always pursued by a witch. But my goodness gracious, my talk is so spacious, and my words enough for 10 men. So please don't you worry, for here is the story. It's all ready to begin again.
Well, you old frightful old thing. What do you say?
You wicked old Man in the Moon, the day will come soon when you'll change your tune, for I'll fix up your tricks with a bag of my own, and then, ha-ha!
I'm giving you fair warning, Mrs. Witch. You'd better leave us alone if you know what's good, as indeed you should.
Attaboy, Chief. Hacha-cha-cha. Tell her a thing or two.
You stay out of this, you awful horse, or I'll stop your words right at their source. And now, I'll tell you a thing or two. I'd be mighty careful if I were you.
Oh, yeah.
And I wouldn't laugh, or you'll raise my wrath, and then I'll work my magic. And you've probably heard that I keep my word, and my tricks are very tragic.
Just what do you want of us, Mrs. Witch?
10 minutes ago, I could plainly see there wasn't just 2 of you, but 1, 2, 3. To give you harm would bring me no joy, for what I want is that little boy.
No, 1,000 times no.
And I say yes, and you may well guess that I'll keep my promise, for it's very true that I'll keep haunting you till you give me Jonathan Thomas. So mumble the stick, and you'd better be quick and tell me where he's at, or I'll get even with you with my witch's brew, which is mixed by a great black cat.
You've gone too far, Mrs. Witch, for I know what to do with you, and by Jiminy Crickets, I think I'll do it.
Go on, Chief. Give him the works. Make it stupendous and colossal.
I'm going to tweak your nose, Mrs. Witch.
Oh, don't you dare, or you'll give me a scare that'll be the death of me.
Oh, so you didn't know that I knew the secret of your nose. One tweak and it'll be the end of you, Mrs. Witch.
Oh, please, I beg on bended knees. Do not tweak my nose, for I can't bear such wear and tear. Oh, please, sir, spare my nose.
I'm very sorry, Mrs. Witch, yeah, but I warned you, and now I'm going to tweak your nose like that.
Boy, was that a tweak? Oh, was that a tweak? She won't recover for at least a week. Oh, boy. Ha-cha-cha-cha-cha.
I'm telling you, this day you'll ruin. Believe you me, just wait and see.
I'm gonna kick at that remark. And when I kicks, I hits the mark. Ha-cha-cha. Watch this. And that's from me to you. From one old nag to another old hag.
Well, Gorgonzola, that was just beautiful.
That was stupendous. Gigantic, colossal. That's what. Ha-ta-ta-ta.
Well, all right, Jonathan Thomas. You can take off your invisible hat now. The witch is gone. Come on, Jonathan Thomas. Where are you? Where are you?
Here I am. Right here, sir, if you please.
My goodness gracious and Jiminy Cricket, so you are.
I've been sitting here on this rock all the time. Couldn't you see me?
Of course not. You had your invisible hat on.
Couldn't nobody see me?
Of course he could if he was here, but he's not. He's there. But what happened to the three dwarfs? Where'd they go?
I don't know.
I'm Sneasel.
I'm Weasel.
I'm Beelzebub.
Is the witch gone?
Of course she's gone. I tweaked her nose.
Bong, 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 the witch is gone, the wicked old witch is gone. And we are happy and quite slapdappy because the wicked old witch is gone.
Bong, bong, bong.
And that's our song.
The wicked old witch is gone.
I'm glad the wicked old witch is gone, too.
We're grateful to you.
And to prove it too,
We'll give you a lift
And a very great gift
to take on your way.
It's a magic spell.
to serve you well.
And all you have to say
Is Hans, Squeenan, Squeaky Vey.
Yeah, that's a beautiful word. What does it mean?
When trouble is double,
all you have to say
Is Hans, Squeenan, Squeaky Vey.
And now we must sigh and wish you goodbye.
And wish you on your way.
but don't forget the magic word.
Hans, Squeenan, Squeaky Vey.
Oh, look at them go. Sneasel, Weasel, and Beelzebub.
It's stupendous. It's colossal. It's gigantic.
What does that word mean, if you please, Mr. Man in the Moon? Hans, Squeenan.
My goodness, be quiet, Jonathan Thomas. We're only supposed to say the word when we're in double trouble.
Oh,
Oh, what did you say?
I just said, oh.
Oh. Well, come on, everyone. We've got to be going before it starts snowing. Come on, Jonathan Thomas.
Yes, sir.
Come on, Gorgonzola.
I'm right with you, Chief. It's murder. That's what it is. Nothing but confusion.
Oh, hush your face and get up, you. Come on.
Oh, we're off to the land of Squeebobble. We'll run and we'll walk and we'll hobble. We'll never come back till we've taken a whack at the terrible land of Squeebobble.
We must hurry because we must find Santa Claus, or there'll be no Christmas this year. And things will be sad and much horribly bad, and people will cry. Oh, dear.
So we're off to the land of Squeebobble. We'll run and we'll walk and we'll hobble. We'll never come back till we've taken a whack at the terrible land of Squeebobble. We're off to the land of Squeebobble. We'll run and we'll walk and we'll hobble. We'll never come back till we've taken a whack at the terrible land of Squeebobble.
Oh, Mr. Man in the Moon, please, sir. Could maybe I ask you a question?
Why, sure, certainly, and of course. What is it?
What's that funny sound?
Oh, you mean that sound? Why, that's the Merry-Go-Round River. Yes, sirree. We're almost there. Come on here. Giddy up, Gorgonzola, giddy up.
Oh, it's Moida, that's what it is. Nothing but backbreeding Moida.
Whoa, Gorgonzola, whoa. We have arrived.
Oh, that's a merry-go-round river.
That's it, Jonathan Thomas. And I don't know how we're going to get across. Do you think that you could swim it, Gorgonzola?
Ah, it's revolting, that's what it is. Nothing but plain horrible.
Oh, what are we going to do?
Well, I don't know. We'll drown if we try to cross that river. It's full of whirligig pool, yes, sir, and crocodile-eaters.
Oh, my goodness.
Nothing but Moida.
Now, look, it's starting to snow. Good gracious. A feather storm.
Oh, look, Mr. Man in the Moon. This snow isn't snow at all. It's feathers. Oh, and they tickle my nose.
Oh, gee.
Phew.
It's gruesome. You're all over me. I'm telling you, it's nothing but...
Oh, if you please, sir. What about that magic word the dwarfs gave us?
Jonathan Thomas, that is a scrumptious idea. Now's our chance to find out what happens when we say, hand squin on, squee, or hand squee, or squee. You'd better say it for me, Jonathan Thomas.
All right.
Gracious, I hope this isn't a trick. Are you ready?
Uh-huh.
All right, all together now. Hand squin on, squee.
Giggly
Well, they've said the magic word, but what do you think will happen? Oh, my goodness. I can hardly wait to find out. So we mustn't miss the story of what happens to Jonathan Thomas next. Don't turn that dial. This is the right station if you want to hear about Jonathan Thomas and his Christmas on the Moon. If now you're gathered close about and still as mice, which you are no doubt, I'll do my best to keep my promise and tell you some more about Jonathan Thomas. Now, just in case you don't remember, what happened in December, when he got himself in the dreadfulest trouble, which was worser than worse, and that goes double. And that's quite a fix for a boy only 6, but he couldn't help it because the Squibobliums had kidnapped Santa Claus. And much to his shame, they said he was to blame, and took him to court without even asking his name. And then old King Cole, he put down his bowl and dismissed his fiddlers 3, and stared till Jonathan Thomas got scared, and then said, "Oh, I see. By hook you're a crook, and I'll give you the book. I'll teach you to mind the laws. You may shiver and shake, but make no mistake. You're sentenced to find Santa Claus." So Jonathan Thomas, he started to go, but where or how, he didn't know. But he trudged down the road until pretty soon he chanced to meet the Man in the Moon. Now, the Man in the Moon was a man most kind, who told Jonathan Thomas that if he didn't mind, he'd show him the way that very day. And to walk would be foolish, of course, when he had such a beautiful horse. So off they went as quick as that, without stopping to pack, not even a hat, or even refreshing themselves. And they sang a song as they rode along, till they reached the land of the 3 little elves, who taught them some magic to make things quite tragic for the wicked old witch of Rumpelstitch. And then in a trice, and oh, ever so nice, they bid them a fond good day. And so, of course, they got back on their horse and started to ride away, till they reached a river they couldn't cross. And then remembered to say the magic word which they had heard, "Hon squee non squee giggly vey." And then from all around there came a sound. And you know what happened then? Well, no doubt you'll soon find out, for here's where the story begins again.
Oh, Mr. Man in the Moon. Oh, I'm scared.
Scared? There's nothing to be frightened about, Jonathan Thomas.
Oh,
Gee, look over there.
oh, it's a fairy queen. Oh.
When the magic word you say, Hun squeak, nun squeak, giggly vey, and when its sound doth reach my ear, then most quickly do I appear.
Who are you, if you please?
I am Tenia, fairy queen, who rules the land of Never Mean. Friend to all, both large and small, if the magic word they call.
Oh, thank you, Your Majesty. You're nicer than nice.
In your mind the wish I see, to seek Santa Claus and set him free.
My gracious to goodness and Jiminy Crickets, that's right.
Uh-huh. That's most just right, if you please.
The road is dangerous and filled with fright, and leads through forests blacker than night, where snares and pitfalls beset your path, and goblins and evil things shriek and laugh.
Oh, that's what I've been saying. It's nothing but terrible. That's what it is, horrible.
Many travelers have passed this way, and have never been seen to this very day. So if it's strength and courage you lack, then here's fair warning. You'd better turn back.
Oh, no, we can't do that, if you please. We have to find Santa Claus.
That's right, or things will be bad.
And most horribly sad.
Your courage to follow this road so dire is courage which I do much admire. And to help you dispel the evil alarms, I'll give you the best of my magic charms.
Oh, thank you. Please.
Beyond this river of icy doom is the nightmare forest of deepest gloom. And to guard you well from its evil spell, I give you this golden acorn to keep as a charm against the magic sleep.
Oh, thank you.
Before you enter the forest center, stop at the pepper tree and count the count of 1, 2, 3, and say the rhyme of the magic line. Oh, pepper tree, please give to me some pepper, finely ground. Then fill the air of the dragon's lair to make him sneeze so sound. And while he sneezes, you must run before he eats you one by one. And now that I have had my say, I'll bid you all a fond good day, and wish you luck upon your way. And if again you need me, say, Hun squee, nun squee, giggly vey.
Hun squee, non squee, giggly vey. Well, now, that's real nice of you, Your Majesty. But how in the world are we going to cross this river?
Oh, yes, that's right. How in the world are we going to cross this river?
Yeah, that's what I wants to know.
And the question you ask was an easy task. And if you'll turn and look, you'll see that the river which made you shiver has been changed to a tiny brook.
A tiny brook? Why, Jiminy Cricket, so it has.
And so again, my friendly three, I'll say goodbye and hope to see you three but very soon. You, Jonathan Thomas.
Goodbye.
And you, Gorgonzola. And you, the man in the moon.
Yeah, goodbye.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Yeah,
Goodbye.
She was awfully nice, wasn't she?
Of course not. How could she be awfully nice? You can't be awful and nice all at the same time. It's against the law. Yup. Well, now, let's not stop to argue. We've got to hurry, Jonathan Thomas.
Yes, sir.
Well, come on. Up you go on Gorgonzola again. That's the way, leg over. There, here we go again.
Yep, here we go again.
2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Here we go again.
Through the woods and over the hill. And when you move, you don't stand still.
Oh, we're off to the land of Squibobble. We'll run and we'll walk and we'll hobble. We'll never come back till we've taken a whack at the terrible land of Squibobble.
We must hurry because we must find Santa Claus, or there'll be no Christmas this year. And things will be sad and most horribly bad, and people will cry. Oh, dear.
So we're off to the land of Squibobble. We'll run and we'll walk and we'll hobble. We'll never come back till we've taken a whack at the terrible land of Squibobble. We're off to the land of Squibobble. We'll run and we'll walk and we'll hobble. We'll never come back till we've taken a whack at the terrible land of Squibobble.
Oh, I like that the best of all the songs we sing. Oh, Mr. Man in the Moon. Is that the forest Her Majesty told us about?
My goodness to gracious, it sure is.
Oh, it looks scarier than anything.
It's the Forest of Nightmares, Jonathan Thomas. And it's a mighty good thing the Fairy Queen gave us the magic acorn, or we would go to sleep and never wake up forever and ever.
Oh, but she only gave us one acorn, and there's 3 of us.
3 of us? Jiminy crickets, that's right. Now, what in the world shall we do? Oh, Gorgonzola. Oh, we got to think this over.
Oh, whatever shall we do, if you please?
Well, I'll be jiggered if I can get this figured. Now, wait a minute. I've got an idea. Gorgonzola, you hold the acorn in your mouth, and Jonathan Thomas and I will ride on your back. Then the magic spell will travel through you and through us, too. And for goodness sake, we'll all stay awake.
That's a good idea, Mr. Man in the Moon.
Yeah. Here, Gorgonzola, you take the acorn and hold it in your mouth. Here. Yeah, but don't drop it or swallow it.
Oh, no, please don't.
Oh, it's humiliating. Nothing but embarrassing. But if I've got to do it, I've got to do it.
Now then, we're all ready.
I'm ready.
Then giddy up, Gorgonzola, 'cause here we go. And don't fall off, Jonathan Thomas, for if you do, you'll go sound asleep and never wake up again.
I'll hang on to you, Mr. Man in the Moon, and then I can't fall off.
My gracious, here we go. But maybe we'd better take it slow. For what is in the forest, none of us know.
I'm the witch of Rumpelstiltskin, and wicked things I know. The travelers 3 will quickly see my magic as they go. For I have dreamed and planned and schemed and brewed my witch's brew. I've planned a treat which they'll soon meet as they ride the forest through.
Oh, my goodness. I'd almost forgotten about the wicked old witch of Rumpelstitch, hadn't you? But now what will happen to Jonathan Thomas? I wish I knew, don't you? But then we'll find out in the next story of Jonathan Thomas and his Christmas on the Moon, and I surely hope that it'll be most soon, don't you? Don't turn that dial. This is the right station if you want to hear about Jonathan Thomas and his Christmas on the Moon.
Jonathan Thomas, Man in the Moon, and Gorgonzola the horse started out to search about for the correct and proper course, for the road was long, and they followed it wrong, till they came to a deep, wide river, and there they stood as best they could, but most all they could do was to shiver, till Jonathan Thomas remembered the word which the dwarfs had spoken, and they had heard, and very hard to say, for it goes this way: Hon, squee non, squee giggly they. And then, quick as a wink, before they could think, there came the noisiest sound, a rumbling, tumbling, bumbling bound that seemed to be all around. Then a flash of fire and a great big puff, which made them all sneeze, for it was smoky stuff. And then there appeared a fairy queen, the most beautiful queen that was ever seen. And she calmed their alarms by giving them charms to ward off the evil witch, who brewed her brew, as all witches do, in the land of Rumpelstitch. And she showed them the road which led over the hill to the Nightmare Forest, so dark and still. And she gave them an acorn to keep them awake. And then, in just 2 lambs of a shake, she was gone. And so Jonathan Thomas and the travelers 3, who were as brave could be, they traveled away, well, most of the day, till they reached a place which made them stare and gave them a fright, for it was nearly night. 'Twas the dreadful forest of Black Nightmare. And the question arose, as you might suppose, who was to have the acorn in his keep? But the wisest course was Gorgonzola the horse, for it was a charm against evil and harm, and would keep them from falling asleep. So he held it in his mouth, and they climbed on his back and gave him a whack, and again they headed due south. Now, if any of you boys should hear a strange noise, you tell the girls not to be afraid, for things would be bad and most horribly sad if, rather than going, they'd stayed. And of course, you know, because they had to rescue Santa Claus. And all rescues are dangerous. But then, here's where the story begins again.
Oh, we're off to the land of Squibobble. We'll run and we'll walk and we'll hobble. What was that?
I don't know, Jonathan Thomas, and I'm not going to stop to find out. Yup. Giddy up, Gorgonzola.
Oh, we're off to the land of Squibobble. We'll run and we'll walk and we'll hobble. Oh, Mr. Man in the Moon, I'm getting scared as 2 times 2. What was that?
Jiminy crickets, I don't know.
Do you expect it was the dragon which the fairy queen told us about?
My goodness gracious, I'll bet that's what it is. Oh, more.
Oh, we better find the pepper tree that the fairy queen told us about, or the dragon will gobble us up, and I don't want to be gobbled up.
And I don't even want to be gobbled down. I wonder where that pepper tree is.
You'll find it straight ahead, about 20 feet.
Who's that?
Yes, for gracious sakes, who's that?
That's me.
But who are you? I don't see you anywhere.
Of course you do. I'm standing right here, in front of you.
Where?
Right here. If you'd only see, I'm a tree.
A tree?
Did you say a tree?
Of course I did. I'm a quaking aspen tree.
Oh, but I didn't know that trees could talk.
Some of them do, but of course the sappy ones don't. They just bark.
If you please, Mr. Tree, are you stuttering because you're cold?
Of course I am. I'm shaking and quaking till my limbs are almost breaking.
Oh, that must be awful.
You'd think so if you'd been standing here as long as I have.
Do you expect Mr. Man in the Moon we could give him the horse blanket to keep him warm?
My goodness gracious, of course. That is if the horse doesn't mind.
Do you mind, Mr. Gorgonzola?
No, it's okay with me. I'm always glad to help a tree.
You haven't got a hot water bottle, have you?
No, sir, Mr. Tree.
And we're sorry as can be.
But we can put the horse blanket around your feet if you've got any feet?
Oh, just wrap it around my roots, and I'll be ever so much grateful.
Yes,
Hold
sir.
on there, Jonathan Thomas. Don't get off the horse, or you'll fall asleep for 1,000,000 trillion years.
Oh, I almost forgot.
We'll just have Gorgonzola move over closer to the tree. Yeah. Come on, Gorgonzola. That's it. Whoa. There now. I guess we can wrap up the tree from here. You take one end of the blanket, Jonathan Thomas.
Okay.
And I'll take the t'other.
All right.
There.
Now. Oh, that's much better, Mr. Tree.
Oh, yes, thank you. Much better. And you're very kind to think about me, for after all, I'm only a tree.
Oh, thank you, please. And now, could maybe you tell us about where the pepper tree is, if you please?
It's just ahead, about 20 feet.
Oh, thank you very much, if you please.
You're more than welcome. And now that I'm warm and curled up tight, I'll say thank you and oh dear. Good night.
Oh, he's gone to sleep.
Goodness gracious. I'll guess he was so cool before he couldn't go to sleep. Come on, Gorgonzola, we'd better hurry. Or don't you worry, the dragon will gobble us down.
Oh, there it is. No. What was the words the Fairy Queen told us to say?
Jiminy crickets, I've almost forgot. Now, let's see.
Oh, no, I remember. It was 1, 2, 3. Please, pepper tree, give us some pepper ground. And if you do, it's nice of you. Please throw it on the ground.
White, red, or black?
Oh, red, if you please.
It's to make the dragon sneeze. Okay. 1 can of red pepper coming down.
Thank you, sir.
Don't mention it, for we trees always strive to please. And if we please you, then please tell others. And if we don't, then please tell us trees.
Yes, sir.
Come on, Gorgonzola. Now, Jonathan Thomas, it's growing late. Giddy up, Gorgonzola. Come on.
Now, I bet if the old dragon tries to gobble us up,
Or down.
We'll
fix him. Say,
oh, there he is again.
where? I don't see him, I hope.
Oh, right there. Don't let him get me, Mr. Man in the Moon.
Halt! Stop! Stand still, I say.
Whoa, Gorgonzola,
Oh, look. He's got on a policeman's badge and a policeman's hat.
Of course I have. And not only that, I've got my own court of law, for I'm the worst old dragon that anybody saw.
But we haven't done anything, if you please, Mr. Dragon.
That's what they all say. But just the same, they all must pay.
For I'm the dragon of the 13 tails.
Oh, dear.
Who moans and groans and weeps and wails. Who scares little boys and puppy dogs, too, and gobbles them up before they can count up to 2.
My gracious to goodness.
Who is he going to gobble us up, Mr. Man in the Moon?
Of course not. Yeah. We haven't got time to be gobbled up.
That's your story.
And with it you're stuck, for you won't have such very good luck. And you'll make it easier if you'll stand right still till I've gobbled you up and had my fill.
Oh, no, we won't.
Oh, no, we won't.
I'm warning you now not to run. For ready or not, here I come.
Quick, Jonathan Thomas. Throw the red pepper at him. Hurry up, quicker than fast.
Oh, all right. But I hope he can throw it straight. Here it goes. Oh!
Goodness gracious, you hit the mark.
I'll eat you.
Come on, Jonathan Thomas. We'd better fly like a bird on the wing.
Oh, he's coming after us again.
Giddy up, Gorgonzola. Run like everything.
Well, now. Do you suppose that terrible dragon with the 13 tails will be able to stop sneezing long enough to catch up with Jonathan Thomas and the man in the moon? Dragons can run awfully fast, you know. But we hope he doesn't, don't we? And we'll find out in the next story of Jonathan Thomas, too. So don't miss it, will you? I won't. Don't turn that dial. This is the right station if you want to hear about Jonathan Thomas and his Christmas on the Moon. In the heart of the forest, deep with gloom, where the wind harps toll the knell of doom, ride Jonathan Thomas and Gorgonzola and the kind old man in the moon. And they ride in quest of a kindly deed, as a knight of old on his fiery steed. And because of their goodness, they invoke fairy laws, for they ride to the rescue of old Santa Claus. For that good old man of Christmas Day was wickedly kidnapped and carried away, and if they don't find him, oh my, oh dear, there won't be any Christmas at all this year. So you see, that's the reason that Jonathan Thomas has traveled so far to keep his promise and brave the terrors and frights, because he was sworn to bring back Santa Claus. And so there they are in the forest so deep, where the wind does wail till their flesh does creep, where the dragons and monsters shriek and roar to gobble them up. And my goodness, what's more, where witches and goblins appear on their path and call down their curses and sneer and laugh. But never you mind. They're not afraid, for you couldn't have paid them enough to have stayed, 'cause they're bound and determined to get what they're after. So Christmas this year will be just full of laughter. Now, of course, you remember the Fairy Queen, the most beautiful fairy that was ever seen, of how she gave them some charms they could take, a magical acorn to keep them awake. For the forest, you know, puts all travelers to sleep. But not so our heroes, for they've an acorn to keep. But charms aren't enough to ward every hitch, and the evil spells of the wicked old witch who lives in the kingdom of Rumpelstitch. But my gracious, I've talked enough for 10 men. So here's where the story begins again.
I am the witch of Rumpelstitch, and I sew my spells with an evil stitch. So speak, O magic mirror wise, of my spell that in the forest lies.
O mighty witch of Rumpelstitch, this I can tell of your magic spell, that another whose power doth greatly foretell hath created a charm which works very well to weaken your magic and your strength to dispel.
You lie, you wicked looking-glass, and I'll heap your pieces in the grass, unless the truth to me you keep, and tell me of my magic sleep.
Not so, O witch. As you know, forsooth, I always tell the truth. And in the forest's gloom so deep, a charm doth work against your sleep. For in the forest do I see not one of them, but 1, 2, 3.
Curses on that fairy queen, the last of me they have not seen. For I'll work and toil till my brew doth boil, and then my magic will be most tragic. And to you, O mirror, I make this promise, put an end to Jonathan Thomas. Squim-dum-do, squim-dum-dee. Just you wait, and you will see. Just you wait, and you will see.
Oh, we're off to the land of Squibobble. We'll walk and we'll run and we'll hobble. We'll never come back till we've taken a whack at the terrible land of Squibobble.
Hey, stop that racket. Stop that infernal noise, I say. Do you hear? Did you hear something, Mr. Man in the Moon?
I thought I did. Well, I guess I didn't.
That's because you are deaf in one ear and you can't hear out of the other.
My gracious to goodness, what was that?
Yes. Who was that? It wasn't the wind. That's who it wasn't. That was me. Me.
Jiminy Crickets.
It certainly is not Jiminy Crickets. Well, then, who are you? None of your business. Coming around here in the middle of the winter, waking a person up out of a sound sleep. Well, whoever you are, you're not very nice.
No, you're not. You sassy imp, that's what you are.
Sticks and stones may break my bones, but names will never hurt me.
What's that you say?
I don't chew my cabbage twice.
My gracious to Jiminy Crickets. You're going to get me mad in a minute.
Only dogs get mad, so bah! Oh, look, Mr. Man in the Moon. It's only a little squirrel. I am not so little. I am as big for me as you are for you, so bah! And you dasn't come up in this tree, or I'll show you who's bigger and who.
My gracious. Never did I see such a grouchy squirrel.
Yeah?
Yeah. Well.
Don't pay any attention to him, Mr. Man in the Moon, 'cause he's nothing but an old, grumpy, smart alecky.
Oh, fee fudge. Well, he makes me so mad.
You are mad, and I am glad, and I know what to please you. A strawberry tart to make you smart, and a little boy to tease you.
Oh!
Come on, Mr. Man in the Moon, let us go. 'Cause if we don't, you're liable to get madder and mad.
I'm already mad.
And Mr. Gorgonzola's liable to get mad. And if he does, maybe he'll drop the magic acorn, and then... Did you say acorn? Of course I did. I'll be right down.
Oh, my gracious to goodness. Oh, me. Oh, my. Oh, dear. Oh, dear.
Hello. Here I am. My name is Whiskery Bill. My name's Jonathan Thomas. And this is the Man in the Moon. And this is Gorgonzola, the horse. Pleased to meet you. Now, where did you say that acorn was? I didn't say, but it's in Gorgonzola's mouth. Oh. And, let's say we all sit down and eat it up?
Of course not.
Why?
Because that's why.
The Man in the Moon is stingy. The Man in the Moon is stingy. He is not. And anyway, you couldn't eat up this acorn. Huh. I'd like to see any old acorn I couldn't eat. I am the champion acorn eater of Nightmare Forest. So there. But you couldn't eat up this acorn because it's a magic one. And besides, if you did, we'd all go to sleep and not wake up for a million trillion years. Oh.
Yeah. Oh.
You hush your fuss. Whoever's talking to you.
Why, you.
Shame on you, Whiskery Bill. You shouldn't talk like that to Mr. Man in the Moon. It isn't nice, and you should ought to be spanked.
Here, spank. And I'm just the man who can do it, too.
Ha, ha, ha. Hee, hee, hee. You've got to see one spanker free.
That's all I wanted. Flim, flam, flam.
Oh, don't get off the horse, Mr. Man in the Moon, or you'll go to sleep. Scaredy cat, afraid as you can be. If you ran a million years, you never could catch me.
All right, come on, Jonathan Thomas, let's go. I'm so mad I can see double. Come on, get up, Gorgonzola.
Oh, catch me, Mr. Man in the Moon. I'm slipping.
Jonathan Thomas.
I'm folding.
Oh, Gorgonzola. Whoa. Oh, Jonathan Thomas. Hurry up, get back on the horse.
Oh, I am so sleepy.
Oh, dear. Wake up. Oh, my goodness gracious. He's going to sleep. See what you did, Whiskery Bill?
Oh, gee, Mr. Man in the Moon. I didn't mean to. Honest, I didn't.
Poor Jonathan Thomas. Whatever shall we do? Whatever shall we do?
Oh, magic mirror on the wall, tell me now what doth befall within the forest gloom. Is my magic nicely tragic, as it brought them to their doom?
Oh, mighty witch of Rumpelstitch, much I see that I must tell. For within the forest deep, a little boy lies sound asleep. Thus your spell doth work most well.
You see, because of me, there is an end to 1, 2, 3, and there is no magic in their tears. He'll sleep for 100 million years. Squim-dum-do, squim-dum-dee. I promised you that you would see, that you would see.
Oh, my goodness. Poor Jonathan Thomas. The wicked old witch was right, for in spite of the Fairy Queen's charms, he did fall into the arms of sleep, which the old witch has said will keep him for 100 million years, in spite of their tears. Oh, my. I wonder whatever shall they do now. And what about Santa Claus? Be sure to listen to the next story about Jonathan Thomas and see what happens. Don't turn that dial. This is the right station if you want to hear about Jonathan Thomas and his Christmas on the Moon. If it's all about Jonathan Thomas you'd know, then gather up close to your radio. For right now, don't you worry, is the rest of the story of what happened in the last episode. There, deep in the gloom of the Forest of Doom, there by the side of the road. You remember, of course, Gorgonzola the horse, and the kind old man in the moon, and the sweet fairy queen, the loveliest scene, and the 3 dwarfs who sang their tune, and the wicked old witch of Rumpelstitch, and the squirrel named Whiskery Bill. And of course you've heard what has occurred in the forest so deep and still? No? Well, the witch brewed her brew, as all witches do, and made a terrible promise to hold in her keep through the magic of sleep poor little Jonathan Thomas. But the sweet fairy queen had the spell foreseen, and worked out an antidote true, an acorn to take to keep them awake until they were the deep forest through. But before very long, something went wrong in that forest so dark and deep, and the evilly spell worked more than quite well, and Jonathan Thomas went sound asleep. And now Gorgonzola the horse, and all the others, of course, are shedding the saltiest tears, for the witch's dire promise is that Jonathan Thomas
won't wake for 1,000,000 years. But the squirrel and the horse and the man in the moon say that something has got to be done. And they're planning and scheming, even more than you're dreaming, of everything under the sun. And, of course, very soon, the man in the moon, trying to think of something that mends, sent all around to every means. But the day is so sad and most horribly bad. And snow is in the ground. And all they can do is to cry, boo-hoo, which you'll have to admit is the mournfulest sound. But quite far away, there is one who is gay, who rules o'er the kingdom of Rumpelstiltskin, who wears such a smile that it sets my blood rile. She's the terrible and wicked old witch.
Squim-dum-dee, squim-dum-do, there are some things that I would know. So, oh mirror on the wall, speak the truth and tell it all.
The truth, O witch of Rumpelstiltskin, is that your spell has worked most well. For deep within the forest gloom, there is a scene of doleful doom. And most well you've kept your promise, for there on the snow is one you know by the name of Jonathan Thomas.
Ha-ha, forsooth, you speak the truth, which makes me most happy and gay. For I've well kept my promise about Jonathan Thomas, who'll sleep forever and a day.
Is there no potion which can break this notion, O witch of Rumpelstiltskin? Which can break through the spell which you've woven quite well with your needle and magic stitch?
There is one indeed, but one which nobody knows. The spell can be broken by only one token, and that is the red, red rose.
They'll never dream of such a scheme. And if they did, I'll place my bid within the winter wind that blows.
You're right. The wind doth bite, and chill is the icy snows. And so my spell is woven quite well, for there is no red, red rose. Squim-dum-dee, squim-dum-doos. For there is no red, red rose.
For Jonathan Thomas, I am the tree, as you can see, and I'll give you my branches for a bed.
And I am the bird whose songs you've heard, and I'll give you my feathers for your head.
Oh, dear, oh, dear, oh, dear. Poor Jonathan Thomas here. Oh, whatever shall we do?
Oh, I wish I could help, and I feel so sad because it's all my fault.
Yeah, oh, say, wait a minute. I've got an idea.
What is it?
Oh, why in the world didn't I think of it before? My gracious to goodness, Mr. Man in the Moon, I do believe you're growing feeble-minded.
Hurry and think, as quick as a wink. Oh, please tell me your great idea.
Why, of course. She said whenever there was trouble, why, yes, I remember it as plain as day. The Fairy Queen, she said to say, Hon squee non squee giggly vey.
Here I am. You sent for me? I heard your call as plain could be.
Oh, goodness gracious and Jiminy Cricket, I'm glad you came. Poor Jonathan Thomas, he fell off the horse.
Of course.
And it seems he's fallen under the spell.
Which the wicked old witch has cast quite well.
And now he's going so sound asleep, we can't awaken him when we've tried for a week.
I can give naught but my tears,
through the weary years, for my magic has not the strength to break this sleep which is very deep, and no one can tell its length.
Then what shall we do? We plead with you before our hearts do break. We'll go through all strife and even give up my life to make Jonathan Thomas awake.
Please, Your Majesty, what can we do?
There is but one way that I can say.
Yeah, what is it?
Far away where the north wind blows, and deep, deep under the icy snows, there lies the bush of the red, red rose.
Yes?
Please go on, Your Majesty.
Oh, yes, please do.
If spring were here to bring us cheer, the spell could be broken well. But nowhere grows the red, red rose when the demons of winter shriek and yell. But if you would, or if you could, go to the brambly briar and tell your woes to the red, red rose and speak your heart's desire.
And do you suppose that it would grow us a rose?
Until you've tried, nobody knows.
Well, we'll sure try.
I'll go, the winds do blow, and no matter how deep the snow. And I'll try my best, even though I'm distressed.
And we'll pray for you.
Oh, don't pray for me, for you'll soon see that I'll keep my promise. But save your prayer for him right there. And that's poor little Jonathan Thomas.
We wish you speed on your noble deed and hope to see you soon. And if you succeed, I'll be your friend in need. Signed, sincerely, the Man in the Moon.
Well, goodbye. And, oh, please don't let him die. I'll hurry as fast as I can. I'll go faster than fast if only I'll last. Faster than anyone ran. Goodbye.
Yeah, goodbye, Whiskery Bill. Goodbye.
Squeam-dum-dee, squeam-dum-do. There are some things that I would know. So speak, O magic mirror wise, and tell what within the forest lies.
There is one who knows of the red, red rose, and he seeks to find it soon.
But I'll stop him quick with a magic trick, and then he'll change his tune. For there's no one so great who can make me wait. And again I make a promise. I've sealed the doom with the wax of gloom on the form of Jonathan Thomas. Squim-dum-dee, squim-dum-do, on the form of Jonathan Thomas.
Oh, my gracious. Do you suppose they'll find the rose in time to save Jonathan Thomas? Oh, I hope so, don't you? For then our dreams will come true. And they mustn't they? Because they've just got to find Santa Claus. So don't forget to listen to the next story of Jonathan Thomas, will you? I won't. Don't turn that dial. This is the right station if you want to hear about Jonathan Thomas and his Christmas on the Moon. Are all you kiddies as quiet as mice? You are? Well, now that's wonderfully nice. And those who are not, they'd better be soon. For here's some more news from the Man in the Moon. Of course, you know what happened up there, of how the Squibobbliums took up a dare
and broke most all of the laws and kidnapped poor old Santa Claus. Of course you remember the wee little boy, whose name is Jonathan Thomas, of how he went with the man in the moon and made us a solemn promise to rescue Santa before Christmas night. But now they've met up with a dreadful fright. You see, they set out old Santa to save, and you'll have to admit they were braver than brave, and they met 3 dwarfs who were really quite nice, who helped out a lot with some good advice. But then the wicked old witch of Rumpelstitch cast a spell which worked very well until they got into all sorts of trouble. And then they remembered a word they had heard, which the dwarfs had told them to say. And this was the word which they had heard. It was hun, squee nun, squee giggly they. And then, what do you think? As quick as a wink, there appeared a good fairy queen who knew of the witch and soon spoiled her scheme, for she gave them a charm to calm their alarm. 'Twas an acorn that they could take through a forest so deep, which was enchanted with sleep, and the acorn would keep them awake. So they rode on their horse, Gorgonzola, of course, until something dreadful befell. A tiny white squirrel named Whiskery Bill scared them all so they couldn't stand still. And right off the horse poor Jonathan fell. And of course the spell worked beautiful well there in the forest so deep, for Jonathan Thomas, as to the witch's promise, went fast and sound asleep. Well, there was only one token by which the spell might be broken, for that's the way every spell goes. And here's what it takes to bring him awake: a beautiful red, red rose. So the squirrel bowed his head, and here's what he said: I'll go for the red, red rose. But then, here's where the story begins again.
Oh, where am I? Who are you?
Have you forgotten so soon my visit to you and the man in the moon?
Oh, now I know who you are. You're the witch.
Aha, forsooth, you speak the truth. I am the witch of Rumpelstitch.
But where am I and how did I get here?
To answer that question which you ask is a very easy task. This is the slumber cave, both wide and deep, where bats and nightmares and evil things creep.
But how did I get here?
Aha! You came here in your sleep.
But how could I do that, if you please? If I was asleep, how could I go anywhere?
For such a little boy, you ask the questions well, and by my trow, I'll answer now. It is the magic spell. Oh, far away in the forest deep, you still are there, and fast asleep.
Oh, how could I be there in the forest fast asleep when I'm here?
Under my spell, which you are quite well, things are not always as they seem. So while you're asleep in the forest deep, you are also here as in a dream.
Well, then, I'd rather wake up, because I don't like to dream I'm here. It's too scary, and besides, I don't like witches. Why doesn't somebody wake me up?
Listen well, my little tyke. It doesn't matter what you like. For here within this slumber cave, I'll keep you prisoner as my slave.
But you can't do that, because I'll wake up, and then I won't be here anymore.
It's plain to see you're very brave, but you'll not leave this slumber cave, for though it's quite tragic, your sleep is quite magic. And all your sobs and cries and salty tears will not awake you for 1,000,000 years.
Oh, but I'll bet the man in the moon will wake me up, 'cause we have to go find Santa Claus in time for Christmas.
Yes, he's trying hard, goodness knows. And is sent away for the red, red rose. For that's the one and only token by which this magic sleep may be broken. But for their plans I have a cure. A very good one, you may be sure.
You hadn't better hurt Mr. Man in the Moon if you know what's good for you. Or Mr. Gorgonzola the horse, or Whiskery Bill the squirrel, or...
Of your talk I quickly tire. So come here closer to the fire. And look within the bubbling brew and tell me what appears to you.
Oh, I can see Mr. Man in the Moon.
Uh-huh.
And he's in the forest, kneeling down in the snow by a little boy.
What you see is very true, and that little boy is plainly you.
Oh, it is, isn't it? But Mr. Man in the Moon is crying. I've never seen him cry before. I wonder why.
Because he's much afraid you'll die, which is indeed a merry settle. But wait until I stir the kettle. Now speak and tell to me what it is you plainly see.
Oh, my goodness. It's Whiskery Bill, and he's running over the snow faster than 2 times 2.
Of course he is, and all for you.
But why, if you please, Mrs. Witch, where is he going?
To the north, where the cold wind blows, in quest of the magic red, red rose. 'Tis such a sorry pity, too, that he does it all for you.
If he's going for me, then why is it a pity?
Because I have a plan, and try to stop it if you can. I'll stop that pesky Whiskery Bill before he reaches yonder hill. For my magic mirror shows he'll never find a red, red rose. He'll never find a red, red rose.
Oh, hippity hop, and I mustn't stop, and over the snow I go. I must keep my promise to Jonathan Thomas. But how? Oh, only goodness knows. For I've run till I'm nearly done, and I can't find a red, red rose.
Oh, Whiskery Bill. Oh, Whiskery Bill. Look here. I'm over this way.
Jiminy crickets. And oh, my goodness, if this isn't a happy day. I've run faster and further than anyone knows looking for you, dear Mrs. Rose. Hello.
Hello.
Will you kindly grow a beautiful red, red rose?
Oh, my goodness, what a task. Do you quite realize what you asked?
Yes, I do as much as you. But it means so very much. For if it didn't, I wouldn't have run as fast as I've done. And I wouldn't even ask you for such.
Why?
Because he'll die. Oh, please, Mrs. Rose, please help us out. Just one rose to take so that he can awaken. And so that I can keep my promise. You see, Mrs. Rose, it's not for me, but for poor little Jonathan Thomas. He lies asleep in the forest deep under the witch's spell, and everyone knows that only a rose can make him happy and well.
Oh, the season is late, as you know by the date, and we roses have gone to bed. But I can't help worry about your story and all the things you've said. And I don't know if I could grow a rose in the color of red.
Oh, please, Mrs. Rose, I'm on my knees. It's not so much that I ask.
Oh, it's quite a task, and that's quite right. For I happen to know the only rose I could grow would not be red, but whiter than white. For I've run out of color. It didn't last. But you can get me some more if you will hurry real fast.
Oh, can I? Really?
Yes. Run as fast as you can go until you come to the long rainbow. And there you'll find a tiny store where the colors are kept. And what's more, you'll have to ask the rainbow keeper for the best of his colors and not the cheapest. And now don't forget what I've said. You must bring back only the very best red.
Yes, ma'am. Mrs. Rose, I won't forget. You're the kindest rose I ever met.
Thank you, sir. And now, good luck on your way.
Thank you, ma'am. And, good night.
Well, at last we're on our way. At least Whiskery Bill knows what to do now, and I'm glad, aren't you? For I didn't think that there'd be any roses at this time of the year. But I wonder if Whiskery Bill will have any trouble in finding the rainbow. You think he will? Oh, I hope not, don't you? But then we'll find out in the next story of Jonathan Thomas. So don't forget to listen. I won't. Don't turn that dial. This is the right station if you want to hear about Jonathan Thomas and his Christmas on the Moon. Ding dong ding, the bells do ring. We're bringing you news of the latest thing that has happened up on the moon. And we hurried to bring it quicker than soon, for we knew you'd be worried, and that's why we hurried in from the icy snows to tell you some more how the story goes. Now, of course, you remember little Jonathan Thomas, who has lived 6 years and never once broke a promise. And you remember the Squeebobbles who broke all the laws and kidnapped poor old Santa Claus? And how Jonathan Thomas and the Man in the Moon and well, of course, Gorgonzola the horse set out real soon, and they had to because, well, they've just got to rescue old Santa Claus. Well, never you mind. They'll find him yet. Oh, but we mustn't forget that wicked old witch of Rumplestitch, and how in the nightmare forest so deep, little Jonathan Thomas has fallen asleep. And he wasn't supposed to do that at all, and he wouldn't if he hadn't happened to fall right off the back of the horse. But now, of course, Whiskery Bill, he's a squirrel, he tried to see if there could possibly be a charm to break the spell which the wicked old witch had woven so well. And how he found out, only goodness knows, but it turned out to be a red, red rose. So now, while Jonathan Thomas lies fast asleep, and all of his friends stand round and weep, why, Whiskery Bill is way over the hill and going to the rainbow's end. For everyone knows that the brambly rose didn't have any color of red, so she told him to go through the ice and the snow for rainbow rubies, her colors to mend, and so there he goes as fast as the wind that blows. And now, before you can count up to 10, here's where the story begins again.
Double trouble, boil and bubble, and brew my magic well, for I'm in fine fettle, oh, faithful kettle, when things to me you tell.
Oh, please, Mrs. Witch, what happened to Whiskery Bill? You didn't hurt him, did you?
That's not the story, and you needn't worry about poor Whiskery Bill. Although my magic is quite tragic, it is not brewed to kill. And if you think me quite the liar, then come here closer to the fire and gaze into the bubbling brew and tell me what appeals to you.
Oh, I can see him. I can see poor Whiskery Bill. And, oh, look, Mrs. Witch. He must not be feeling very well because he's crying.
Uh-huh. but he's not dying.
Oh, he don't hurt Whiskery Bill, Mrs. Witch, because he's such a nice little squirrel.
Keep watching, please, oh Jonathan Thomas, and you'll see how well I keep my promise. For I've cast my spell very well, because you shall not rescue Santa Claus. And if into my brew you'll gaze, you'll see how quickly pass the days, until I alone will have much cheer. For Christmas shall not come this year.
You're not very nice.
I should know that well. You've said it twice. But keep on gazing long until you see what happens to Whiskery Bill. What happens to Whiskery Bill?
Oh, my goodness, how I've run. I've run until I'm almost done. And I'll just bet there's no other one beneath the sun that's ever run as fast as I have done. Oh, my goodness, the time has come, the time has come.
I say, old boy, what did you say?
I said that...
Well, speak up, speak up. Did I hear you correctly or didn't I?
Chimney crickets and chief willikers. What are you trying to do anyway? Scare me out of 20 years' growth? Who are you?
The question, my little pipsqueak, isn't who am I, but who are you? And you'd better tell me very true. That is, if you know what's good for you.
I already know what's good for me. A lot better than you do, so bah!
Well, and bless me. It's very plain to see that you're not very polite, but quite smart alecky. And what I think would be good for you is to be taken down a peg or two.
You just mind your own business, old Whisker's face.
Remember your place.
Oh, you hush your fuss and get out of my way.
Well, Lord Bodkins, and by Jove, I say.
Yes, and what's the big idea in stopping me anyway?
Because it were my very words I heard you say.
Oh, nonsense and rubbish and fiddlesticks.
As plain as day I heard you say, the time has come, and by my hat, you can't do that, you know.
Oh, is that so?
Don't you know that I'm the walrus?
So what if you are, you old fish face? Besides, I gotta run.
Well, by my hat, I'm most glad of that. But don't you say the time has come for me to run, for that's my line, from a very old rhyme. Of course, you might say, has come the time, or perhaps, time the has come, or some such other one.
Oh, for goodness sakes. Are you the one who said, the time has come, the walrus said, to speak of many things, of shoes and ships and candle wax and cabbages?
Sealing wax, not candle wax, you blasted whippersnapper.
Well, wax is wax, isn't it? The same as pigs is pigs.
Oh, I suppose so.
But excuse me now, I've got to go.
Well, now I'd like to know why you have got to hurry so. To be quite nice, you know, I've strived. So why should you leave when you've just arrived?
Because I have to go to see the keeper of the rainbow.
Well, bless my soul, and what do you know?
I know a lot of things, which is more than you do.
Blimey, that's not very nice of you.
Well...
pish and tush, what's the rush? Why not stop for a cup of tea?
Because, that's why. If I do, he'll die, and then what'll they think of me?
Well, crumpets on a griddle, what is this riddle? And what are these things you say? Who is he? And Odd Bodkins? Who are these people that you call they?
It's all the doings of that wicked old witch.
Aha! I smell a mice. For whatever she does is never very nice.
She cast a spell on a very good friend and put him fast asleep.
My word and by Jove, it fairly makes my flesh creep.
And there's only one way to wake him up, and that's the red, red rose.
And where in the world can you get one of those?
At the rainbow's end.
Well, instead of going, why don't you send?
It's not the rose I'm going for, it's the color. 'Cause a bramble bush can grow white roses, but she can't grow any red.
Oh, now I see. I'm getting it through me head.
And I've just got to go because it's for poor little Jonathan Thomas.
Right-o, and of course you've got to keep your promise. Wait a minute. I've got a thought.
What?
If you go alone, you're apt to be caught.
Who's going to catch me?
Why, the Jabberwocky, of course.
The Jabberwocky? What's that?
The Jabberwocky, a most vicious bird who simply adores little squirrels, or at least so I've heard.
Oh, for goodness sake.
So I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll just chuck it all and go with you. Whap, whap, whap. Before we get set, do you realize we've never met?
Well, my name is Whiskery Bill.
You don't say. Why, now, that name's as tasty as an apple. And, now, my name, Sir Algernon Q. Whipplesnapple.
Sir Algernon Q. Whipplesnapple, how do you do?
Ho, ho, ho. I was going to say that to you.
Well, come on, Sir Algy. We've got to go.
You said it, Whiskey, and right-o.
Together we should ought to find the color red.
Of course we should. That's what I said. And by Jove, we'll show that witch a thing or two. In fact, we shan't come back until we do. Come on, Whiskers. Let's get out of here.
And there will be a Christmas after all this year. Here we go to the rainbow to find a ruby red, to fix the witch of Rumplestitch and drive her out of her head.
Oh, hippity skip, hurrah, hip hip, and off and away we go. We'll never stop our hippity hop till we reach the long rainbow. Here we go to the rainbow to find a ruby red, to fix the witch of Rumplestitch and drive her out of her head.
Well, now, I guess we're beginning to get somewhere. What with Whiskery Bill and the Walrus going together to find the red, red rose, and I'll bet they get it, too. Well, now they've just got to, haven't they? Or else how can they wake up Jonathan Thomas in time to rescue Santa Claus for Christmas? Well, we'll find out, won't we? Maybe in the next story of Jonathan Thomas and his Christmas on the Moon. I'll be listening, won't you? Don't turn that dial. This is the right station if you want to hear about Jonathan Thomas and his Christmas on the Moon. Now, I hope every little girl and boy will be very quiet so they may enjoy this wonderful story of Jonathan Thomas, who made such a very important promise. Now, of course, you remember how it all came about, but if you shouldn't, I haven't a doubt it won't take long to remind you again. So this is the way the story began. You see, the Squibobliums broke all the laws and kidnapped poor old Santa Claus. And so it was up to the Man in the Moon and Jonathan Thomas to bring him back soon. So they climbed on the back of Gorgonzola the horse, for it was a long way to go. But then, of course, it was a dangerous road, past the house of the Toad, and over a river so wide, and past the dwarfs who were nice and who gave them some advice about the wicked old witch of Rumplestitch, who came flying up on her broom. And she laughed and screamed in the awfulest way and said they were all headed for doom. And she cast a bad spell, which worked very well,
in the enchanted forest of sleep. But a good fairy queen was very soon seen when they said the word they had to say, a word they had heard from the dwarfs on the way, a magical word that went this way: Hun squee nun squee giggly vey. And the good fairy queen gave them a charm to keep them quite safe from every alarm. But then Whiskery Bill, in the forest of sleep, scared the horse till he couldn't stand still. Then what do you think? As quick as a wink, Jonathan Thomas fell off and went sound asleep. And there was only one token by which the spell could be broken, and that was the red, red rose. But it's winter, and most everyone knows that the brambly briar can't grow a red rose. She could grow a white one, but that's not red. And so to Whiskery Bill she said, "Please go to the rainbow's end. You'll have to go, for there's no one else to send." And so Whiskery Bill went over the hill, and then he met a walrus, and they became very good friends. And, well, here's where the story begins again.
My goodness gracious sakes alive. Do you think that we'll ever arrive? After all, we've traveled quite a way. Oh, please, Sir Algy, what do you say?
Well, blimey, there's lots of things that I could say, but there's one thing that I'm sure I know, and that is we haven't far to go.
No?
Righto. But can't you see by the color of the air? The Rainbow Bridge is right over there.
Well, Jiminy Crickets, if you're not right. Oh, my goodness, it's a beautiful sight. Well, there's blue and green and yellow and red. There's so many colors they go to my head.
Now listen right careful and be as still as a mouse. The Rainbow Keeper lives in that little house.
Well, then what shall we do?
Well, now that's up to you. It's you who wants the color red.
Oh, of course I do. That's what I told you. I don't want to be killed down dead.
Well, now that's no shame, and I can give you no blame. But here's what you gotta do. You go to the door as I've told you before, and you knock and then say, "How do you do?"
Oh.
Righto.
And then what happens to me?
Well, I don't know. You'll have to go. Then, of course, you'll see. But I can give you an hint. They say he's richer than a mint. And one more thing to make you wiser.
Yes?
Ha, you'll never guess. It's rumored around that he's quite a miser.
Oh.
Righto.
Thank you so much for your advice and such, and I guess I'd better start. It won't do to be delayed, even though I am afraid. So I guess here's where we part.
Now up with your chin and march right in, and don't be quite so alarmed, for it might be a treat, that chap to meet, and you might even be a bit charmed.
Oh.
Righto. And I'll wait for you here, and lots of cheer, and wish you the very best luck. And call if you like, you poor little tyke. That is if you happens to get stuck.
Well, please keep your fingers crossed and hope and pray I won't be lost. Here I go.
Righto. Hip, hip, and cheerio.
Well, take a deep breath, Whiskery Bill, and knock on the door and stand right still. 1 for the money, 2 for the show. Pound on the door, and here we go. Bang, 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 and biff, biff, biff. Oh, my goodness, I'm frightened stiff.
We don't want any. We've already got some.
Well, that was quicker than you can say scat. For goodness sakes, how do you like that? Such goings-on make me sore. Oh, this time I'll really pound this door. Biff, bang, boom, slam, bang, stop. If you don't answer, I'll break the lock.
For goodness gracious me, what do you want? Whatever it is, you can't have it.
Well, the least you could do is to invite me in.
Why? I'd like to know.
Hurry up and don't be so slow. Are you the keeper of the rainbow?
Of course I am. And I'm a very busy man. So speak up quick or I'll use this stick on you. What do you want?
Well, I was wondering if you'd mind. Well, that is, I mean, if you'd be so very kind. You see,
For gracious sake, will you stop all these haws and hems?
Yes, sir. I've come for 2 beautiful ruby gems.
You've come after what?
Oh, no, sir. Not after what. 2 ruby gems. And they must be red.
You're out of your head. Why, you ought to be in bed. You're crazy enough, goodness knows.
Oh, no, sir, I'm not. And they have to be got. They're to be for the Brambly Rose.
Huh. For such a small lad, you're simply quite mad. I won't give you a thing, but I'll make you sing if you don't get out of my sight. Why, the very thought that my rubies could be bought. Why, my dear little squirrel, you're not quite.
Oh, but please, Mr. Keeper, they must be had, or everything will be terribly bad. And without the rose, there'll be such woes. And I will have broken my promise, and he'll stay asleep in that forest deep.
Who?
Why, poor little Jonathan Thomas. Oh, so please, they'll be ever so kind of you, and I only need just 1 or 2.
The answer is no. And now you must go. Now, this is the way to the door.
Say, you keep this up and you'll get me sore.
Just stop your papers and go peddle your papers. I haven't time to worry, so there's the door and here's your hat. And please, sir, what's your hurry?
All right, I'll go. But you'll soon see that you haven't seen the last of me. And when I'm through, I'll feel sorry for you, and you'll be much the wiser. Why, you're meaner than that witch. You'd even push those chickens in the ditch. You're nothing but a wicked old miser.
Hon ho, and hurry up and go. Now, I'll say goodbye.
What's good about it? Oh, miser, I never did see such a nasty old thing in all my life. He's a mean...
Well, Struth and Stick, you're back real quick. What did he say?
Well, he didn't say for me to stay. He said for me to go away. That's what he said.
Well, strike me pink, you mean.
Yes, I mean.
And now what'll we do for the color of red?
I don't know.
Here now, wait a mo. I've got an idea.
What?
We'll just be wiser than that old miser. Look, there's the Rainbow Bridge, and I'll tell you what we'll do. We've got to have the red, and it's just entered my head. Oh, we'll break off a piece or 2.
Off the rainbow?
Right out. Come on here, Whiskery Bill. You can't get anywhere standing still. Look here now. It's solid ruby, enough for a king.
Gee whizzle. Oh, but we haven't got a hammer or a chisel or anything.
But as I said, I've a tusk and an head. So what I'll do is put my ivory tusk on the ruby, and then you hammer me on the head. And then, like I said, we'll break off a piece or 2. That's what we'll do.
That's a good idea.
Now then, be as quiet as a mouse, so the miser won't come out of his house. Are we ready?
Yes, but hold right steady.
Now then, you can start in to pound, but don't make too much of a sound. Go ahead. Start pounding on me head.
Here I go. We got the ruby. Come on, Sir Algy, we gotta run.
Righto, run for your life. There's hundreds of rainbow police chasing us.
Oh, here come the police.
Well,
And so they finally got the rubies red from the rainbow. But will they be caught and put in jail maybe for 1,000,000 years? Well, that old miser didn't have any right to refuse poor Whiskery Bill 2 teensy-weensy rubies, because anyway, he doesn't own the Rainbow Bridge. Everybody does. Well, we mustn't forget to hear the next story of Jonathan Thomas, so we can hear what happened to Sir Algy and Whiskery Bill. I won't forget. Don't you? Don't turn that dial. This is the right station if you want to hear about Jonathan Thomas and his Christmas on the moon. Hark, hark, the dogs do bark. And really, I feel so silly. For I've just come down from the moon with my hair all willy-nilly. But I've got good news to tell to you, all about little Jonathan Thomas. For I knew how anxious you'd be to hear of how he's kept his promise. Well, you remember the witch of Rumpelstitch and the very good fairy queen, and what a good friend she's always been to foil the witch's scheme. Well, Jonathan Thomas is still sound asleep and under the spell in the forest so deep. But Whiskery Bill, that's the squirrel, he ran and ran and ran until he came to the rainbow's end where the cold wind blows. He went there, you know, for the briar rose, who needed a ruby for its red. That's why to Whiskery Bill she said, "Please hurry and go where the cold wind blows and bring me a ruby that glows. And when you've done that, please hurry right back, and I'll grow you a red, red rose. And then you can keep your promise and awaken little Jonathan Thomas." So Whiskery Bill, he ran and ran, even faster and quicker than ever I can. But before he came to the rainbow's end, he chanced to meet a very nice friend who happened to be a walrus. Well, together they went, as Bill had been sent, but when they got there, after such wear and tear, they met the Rainbow Keeper, and then they were wiser, for he was a miser, and no one can be any cheaper. But the walrus said, "Look here, I'm no fool. There's more than one way to get the jewel." And they did. And then they ran and ran and ran, just as fast as anyone can until... Oh, but then, here's where the story begins again.
We're as happy and quite a bit sappy. Over the snow we go. Hippity-hop, we'll never stop for a long time, goodness knows. Hand in hand we reach the land of the beautiful red, red rose. For we've been to the land of the rainbow, the beautiful rainbow's end. We've got the red and a price on our head, which we would be glad to lend. So hippity-hop, we'll never stop for a long time, goodness knows. Till hand in hand we reach the land of the beautiful red, red rose. Ho, 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 ho. Blimey, me lad, ho, 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 and strike me blue. If that isn't the finest song that I've ever heard, even from a bird, and that's putting it quite a bit strong.
It's a funnier thing, but I like to sing when I'm happy and gay. And I'm so happy that I'm quite a bit sappy. So, hi, nanny, nanny, and a hey, hey, hey.
Righto, by Jove, I say.
Oh, I'm sure glad I kept my promise. For now we can wake up Jonathan Thomas. And I can hardly wait, goodness knows, till we arrive at the Brambly Road.
You know, it was a bit of fun, even if we did have to run when the keeper chased us out. And I thought I'd die with laughter. But we're no fools, 'cause we got the jewels. And blimey, that's what we went after.
You've been a good friend, for not all friends would lend such help as you have done. And I would have looked and looked everywhere under the sun for that Rainbow Bridge if you hadn't come.
Oh, pish and tush, what a lot of slush. And stop your jabbering flatter. Or strike me pink, most people will think that you're as mad as an atter.
Well?
By Jove, I say. Will you look this way? We've reached the end of our trail.
We've followed our nose till we've reached the rose. But I knew from the start that we wouldn't fail.
Oh, there's the Bramley Rose. Oh, but where's the ruby? Oh, dear, where I put it, only goodness knows.
Hello, my friendly Whiskery Bill. You see, I'm waiting for you still.
Hello, Mrs. Rose. Oh, I've got a kind of treat. I want you to meet a very good friend of mine. Mrs. Rose, if you'll not resent, then may I present Sir Algernon Q. Whipplesnapple?
How do you do?
Quite nicely, thank you. And I might even say that I'm charmed.
You know, I'm glad that you hurried, for I was no end worried, not to speak of being alarmed. I was afraid you'd stayed and forgotten your promise, which would have been sad for Jonathan Thomas.
Here's the rubies, Mrs. Rose, but it's not half as red as Sir Algy's nose.
Oh, now go away. That's not a very nice thing to say.
I've been told that it's very cold up near the rainbow's end.
Well, there was quite a storm, but I was quite warm, thanks to my very good friend.
Thank you for the ruby. And now, let's waste no more time. But please shut your eyes while I speak the rhyme.
Rhyme, Mrs. Rose?
Oh, yes, you might have guessed, for you see, each rose is prose, written in color and rhyme.
Oh, I'll shut my eyes.
You're both very kind and most wise. And now... Oh, earth so deep and sky so high, and all ye winds that moan and sigh, and all ye beauties of the trees, and all ye emeralds of the sea, please hide your eyes and bow your head, while I bring forth a rose so red. And now I give this gift to you. Guard it well, it shall be true. Take it as you made the promise, and awaken from sleep little Jonathan Thomas.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Rose. You're so very kind.
And now I suppose we'd better go. That is, if you don't mind.
Of course I don't. I'm very glad, for the spell of the witch made me very sad. And now I may sleep in my mossy bed, thou now that you have your rose so red. Goodbye.
I'm pleased to have met you.
Righto, and so am I.
May good luck and cheer be on your way, and may you again come back someday.
We'll try to, and thank you. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Come on, Whiskery Bill.
Oh, we're
off to keep our promise to wake up Jonathan Thomas.
For we've done
right well to break the spell of the wicked old witch of Rumpelstiltskin.
Oh,
we're off to keep our promise.
Squim-dum-do, squim-dum-dee, tell me, magic mirror, what you see.
Oh, magic witch of Rumpelstiltskin, I see the breaking of your will, and the red rose token. So the spell will be broken by a squirrel named Whiskery Bill.
Forsooth, that's not the truth. I thought I stopped that Whiskery Bill.
Well, he does not stop, but goes hippity-hop as he runs across the hill.
Then much more magic will I make tragic, till he doth quake and shiver. Look and see, and then tell to me, does he have to cross a river?
Below the hill, there is a rill. That's very deep and nice. But your greatest trouble, which is more than double, is that it's frozen over with ice.
Ah, their game I'll beat. I'll brew some heat, and then we'll see how nice. When in they fall, red rose and all, right through the melting ice. Right through the melting ice.
as a bug in a rug. We are, we're snug as a bug in a rug. Chug, chug.
We're nice and warm against any old storm, and we'll not quake and quiver. And we
lippity-lop and skip and hop right over and across the river.
Oh, I'm certainly glad the river's frozen over, for water to squirrels is not like clover. 'Cause I hate to get wet, and on that you can bet.
Come on, let's cross. All set?
Yep.
Then please don't slip, for nothing's as smooth as ice. And like as I said, don't fall on your head, for that wouldn't be very nice.
Oh, look, Sir Algy. What do you know? Look, there are some cracks beginning to show.
By Jove! I say, look here, this way. If this isn't hard to beat. Where there's ice and snow, and it's 20 below, how can there be any heat?
What's that sound? Look out, we'll drown. I can't swim if I fall in. Help!
Look out! Oh, the ice!
Well, what do you know about that? Here they were just about back to Jonathan Thomas with the red, red rose. They fall through the ice into the river. Oh, and it makes me shiver to even think of it. What do you think will happen? Well, we'd better find out real soon. So don't forget to listen to the next story of Jonathan Thomas, will you? I won't. Don't turn that dial. This is the right station if you want to hear the story of Jonathan Thomas and his Christmas on the Moon. Now, of course, you remember about Jonathan Thomas, of how he went to the moon and made a promise. But in case you don't know what it's quite all about, so you won't have even the tiniest doubt, Jonathan Thomas and the man in the moon are searching for old Santa, and they must find him soon, for the wicked Squibobliums, who broke all the laws, kidnapped poor old Santa Claus. And there can't be a Christmas at all this year without him, and you know the time draws near. Well, now, of course, you remember the wicked old witch who lives in the land of Rumpelstiltskin? Why, you'd think she was double. She's caused so much trouble to put to the test their very good friend, the good fairy queen, who's helped them no end, and the three little dwarfs who taught them to say the magical word of on squeak giggly vey, which helped them a lot, as far as they've got. Remember the queen gave them a charm to take, a magical acorn to keep them awake as they went through the nightmare forest so deep. And she said, remember, you can't go to sleep. And then they passed a dragon whose fiery breath nearly sent all of them right to their death. And then, when they reached the forest so dark, a little white squirrel, kind of just for a lark, named Whiskery Bill, why, he drove them quite mad, for he teased them, and that's always bad, till Jonathan Thomas fell off the horse. And he fell even further than that, of course, for without the magical acorn to keep, why, naturally, he fell very sound asleep. And nothing except a bright red rose could wake him up. And my goodness knows there wasn't a red rose anywhere to be had. And so Whiskery Bill, he felt pretty bad, till the rose bush told that on the long rainbow he'd find some red rubies, and with them she could grow a red, red rose. And so he hurried and was very much worried until he met a walrus, who said he'd go along and show him the way so he wouldn't go wrong. Well, they got the rubies with a great deal of trouble. As a matter of fact, their troubles were double. And the rose bush, so kind, said that she didn't mind if she worked after hours to grow beautiful flowers, and she grew them a rose and kept her promise. And now we can wake up little Jonathan Thomas. That is, I hope, because on the way back,
the ice on the river they were crossing went crack. And you'll have to admit it's a horrible sin, but Whiskery Bill and the walrus fell in. And, but then here's where the story begins again.
Help! Help! I've fallen in! Oh, my goodness gracious, I can't swim!
Keep afloat somehow or other, and I'll rescue you before you smother. Strike me pink, this water is wet, but never you mind, I'll save you yet. Here now, you ain't dead, but you will be if you don't climb up on my head.
Well, hold me up until I get set. Oh, my gracious, I'm soaking wet.
Now then, up you go and have a care on top of me head. It's drier up there.
Oh, I'm glad you're here, but you're as good as a boat, and Jiminy Crickets, I can't even float.
Well, of course now, swimming is what all walruses are for. Come on now, we'll strike out for the shore, and we'll get there fast without an itch. This was the doings of that wicked old witch. But never you mind, it won't take long. And we could pass the time if we sang a song.
Well, that suits me swell, if I can manage to sing and hold on as well.
Oh, swimming, swimming over the river wide. We're as wet can be, but as dry inside. So, swimming, swimming, this is the way it goes. Oyster mainsail, man the pumps, yahoo, and there she blows. Oh, swimming, swimming over the river wide.
Oh, magic mirror on the wall, speak and say what doth befall Whiskery Bill and his walrus friend.
I see them both at the river's bend, O mighty witch of Rumplestead.
That's very good, for I knew you would. And now I'll laugh and cackle, for my magic spell has worked well, and they're both as dead as a mackerel.
Not so, O witch, for there's been a hitch in the spell that you worked so well. It will make you frown, but they did not drown. And something else you may know as well. They're steadily sailing, without even bailing, northeast by east, and steady as they go.
Oh, curses on them. I've been tricked, but nevertheless I'm not yet licked. I'll sit me down and plot and scheme to think up things which they'll never dream.
Is that a threat or just a promise?
Stop sassing me and wait and see what happens to Jonathan Thomas. What happens to Jonathan Thomas?
Hi-de-day and whipperty-snack. Look at me, for I've come back.
Yuck, yuck. For gracious sakes to goodness, look who's arrived.
Yep, and how awfully hard I've strived. But now we're in clover, 'cause that's all over. And now I can keep my promise. Here, take this rose and hold it to the nose of poor little Jonathan Thomas.
Oh, hey, nunny, nunny, hey, hey, hey. If this isn't really a happy day.
Hurry up with the rose. For goodness knows you haven't got all day to take. I've hurried and I've worried and hustled and bustled just so you could make him awake. So hurry up and don't dawdle and never mind all this fiddle-faddle.
That's what I say. There's time for play and there's time for work. And when it's that time, you shouldn't shirk. Oh, for goodness sake, don't push me so. I'm hurrying so fast as I can go.
Put the rose under his nose so he can smell it well.
That's what I'm doing. But as far as I can tell, there's not even a sign of his breath. My gracious to goodness and Jimmy Crickets, he's as quiet and still as death.
Oh, but he can't be dead. 'Cause the Fairy Queen said, and I heard her as plain as day, put the red rose right under his nose, and then he'll wake up. Hey!
He's moving his arm.
It's breaking the charm.
He's beginning to mutter.
Oh, I'm so nervous I could stutter. I'm so upset I could fly.
Jiminy crickets and gracious to goodness. Look, he's opening one eye.
I think I'm going to cry.
By Jove, I say.
For goodness sake, he's wide awake. Hello.
Hello.
Jonathan Thomas, you're wide awake.
Of course I am.
Of course he is.
Strike me pink, what a biz.
Gee whiz.
Oh, my gracious. I guess I must have been asleep.
For more than a week.
Really and truly?
Of course.
You fell off the horse. And how we did quake, 'cause you wouldn't awake.
Oh, now I remember. We were in a nightmare forest, and when I fell off the horse, I didn't have the magic acorn to keep me from falling asleep.
But now you're awake, for goodness sake, and you won't go to sleep again. The witch of Rumpelstiltskin.
That's quite true. And how do you do?
None of your business. How do we do? We won't tell you.
You're not very polite, but that's quite all right.
Why don't you go away?
Yes, why don't you go away?
I will, when I've said what I've got to say.
You're badder than bad. You old coffee nerves, Ad. And you'd better get out of here. We'll make it so hot you'll wish you had got you and your horrible sneer.
You keep quiet, you walrusy one, or you'll wish you had before I'm done.
Yeah.
Now listen to me, you foolish three. If you go ahead, you'll all be dead. And things will be black if you don't turn back.
They're not going to.
Who's talking to you?
Well,
and what's more, I can tell that you'll scream and yell when you meet with the things I've planned. But if it's wisdom you lack and you don't turn back, you'll never reach the Sweetboblium land.
You shut up, you old pickle face, and go on back to your own place. For it's truer than true. You're nothing but a nothing. You just get the stuffing knocked right out of you.
I'm not afraid of your threat, and I'll get you yet. You'll see how I keep my promise. I'll get you, and yes, even you. And you too, little Jonathan Thomas. Yes, and you too, little Jonathan Thomas.
Oh, my goodness. Why doesn't that old witch mind her own business and leave poor little Jonathan Thomas alone? What in the world do you think she'll do? I wish I knew, don't you? But we'll find out, I guess, in the next story of Jonathan Thomas and his Christmas on the Moon. So don't forget to listen, will you? My goodness, I won't. Don't turn that dial. This is the right station if you want to hear some more about Jonathan Thomas and his Christmas on the Moon. Well, I'll bet all you children are anxious to hear if we're going to have any Christmas this year. For, of course, that depends upon Jonathan Thomas and how well he'll be able to keep his promise to rescue old Santa from Squeebobble Land. And if he does, well, won't that be grand? Now, the Man in the Moon and Gorgonzola the horse are helping Jonathan Thomas, of course. But in spite of the fact that they learned how to say the magic of Hon Squeenon Squeegiggly Bay, the wicked old witch of Rumpelstiltskin set her kettle of trouble to boil and bubble. But the good fairy queen said she'd spoil her scheme, and she's been their very good friend and helped them no end. For she gave them a magical acorn to take that would be a sure cure to keep all of them awake. For she said 'twould be fatal if they fell asleep.
as they went through the nightmare forest so deep. But Jonathan Thomas, he fell right off the horse, and that was the worst that could happen, of course, for he went sound asleep, which was really quite sad. And Whiskery Bill felt ever so bad, till the good fairy queen said only a rose as red as a ruby, held close to his nose, could wake him up. But for miles around there wasn't a red, red rose to be found, until Whiskery Bill met a rose bush fair, who grew them a rose that was ever so rare. But on the way back, on the river of ice, they all fell in, and that wasn't so nice. But the walrus said, "Climb up on my head, we'll show that old witch that we're not dead." And he swam the river, so it made them shiver. Then they reached the forest so deep, where Jonathan Thomas lay fast asleep. And they woke him up with the red, red rose. And it was just in time, my goodness knows. And then, well, you'll hear for yourself, for here's where the story begins again.
Oh, jingle bells, jingle all the while. We must go through the ice and snow to such an awful trial. So, don't you worry, 'cause we will hurry, and we won't fail because when we're done, we'll bring back one who's known as Santa Claus.
Please, Mr. Man in the Moon, when do you suppose we'll get there?
When we arrive, of course. Anyone knows that, even the horse.
Oh, but I wish it would be pretty soon, because
Wait a minute, Jonathan Thomas. What's that noise?
Oh, it sounds like my Uncle Bill does when he snores.
I hope it isn't a dragon with his 13 tails a wagging.
Hello.
Ditto. My gracious, to goodness and sakes alive. What are you trying to do? Frighten us half to death?
A half and a half equals 1, and 1 equals 2. So if you were frightened half to death, you couldn't take a breath, for the one that was dead would be you.
Ditto.
My goodness.
Who are you?
That's no riddle. My name's Tittle, and this is my brother.
Wink.
Get it? Tittle.
Wink.
Of 40 winks.
Oh, but I always thought Tiddledywinks was a game.
Gee whiz, what if it is? We should worry or care if the name of the game is the same as our name. We're willing to be fair and square, only we're not because we're ugly and round.
Oh, but what are you standing under that umbrella for?
To keep from getting wet.
Ditto.
But it's not raining.
Of course it isn't, under our umbrella.
It isn't even raining out here, so how could you get wet?
You're the silliest person I ever met. How does anybody ever get wet? That's what I'd like to know.
Ditto.
It's easy. You just stand around till the rain comes down, and then you're very well set. And then you wheeze and sneeze and cough and sneeze, and the reason for that is you're soaking wet. It's as easy as climbing up a tree backwards.
But that's not easy. That's very hard to do.
It might be for you, but not for me. And I'll do it, too, if you want to see.
Ditto.
No, thank you. If you please. We haven't got time.
Then maybe you'd like to see us fight. We can fight so's it makes a terrible sight. We go biff and crash and sock and smash and tumble and fall willy-nilly and hammer and push till we're really quite silly.
I think you're a little bit silly already.
Oh, that's just because you haven't known to steady.
Come on, Jonathan Thomas, we'd better go.
Where are you going? That's what I'd like to know.
Why, to the land of Squeebobble, of course.
All the way on that old horse?
You just leave our horse alone, because we're going to rescue Santa Claus.
Oh, but you can't do that because...
Why because?
Because he's made some laws. That's why because. And I bet you can't stand on your head and eat strawberry jam.
Of course I can't. And besides, I don't want any strawberry jam.
You couldn't have any if you did, on account of the rule.
very well.
Oh, my gracious, what a fool. If you take a look at the King's Rule Book...
Jiminy Crickets and Flubdudge, you're talking through your hat.
I am? Well, think of that.
Who is this king you're talking about?
You're not supposed to shout.
I'm not shouting.
Well, you're not whispering either, because if you were, I couldn't hear you.
Ditto. Who's the king?
He's a lion who right now is trying to get some sleep.
Oh, that who's snoring?
Yep, and I wouldn't wake him up. That's what he told us to say, to shush him right up so as not to wake him up. All the people have come this way.
Oh, I shouldn't like to wake up a lion.
Well, we've got to go lion or no lion.
Who said that? Who said that? That's what I'd like to know.
Oh, Mr. Man in the Moon, he's waked up. We better hurry.
Oh, no, that's not the course. Just hold your horse. And don't get yourself all in a flurry.
Are you the king of this forest, Mr. Lion?
Don't call me that.
Don't call you what?
Lion, lion, lion. That's what everybody calls me. And I'm not lying. I'm telling the truth. I haven't done any lying since last night. And you have to lie once in a while, or you couldn't go to sleep. Unless you can sleep standing up, which I can't.
Oh.
Well, now, don't get upset, Mr. Lion.
Don't call me that.
Well, then, what should we call you if we can't call you Mr. Lion?
Oh, don't say it. Don't say it.
Well, I mean, if we can't call you, you know.
Oh, I wish I knew. I've thought and thought and thought and thought. How many thoughts is that?
7, I think.
That's what I thought. But as much as I think, I don't get a good name for myself. All I ever get is a headache.
Maybe you should take something for it.
Oh, no, I shouldn't. It's bad enough to be accused of lying without being accused of taking things, too. Maybe you could think up a good name for me.
I don't know.
No, that's not good, no. I don't know is much too much like my other name. Because if someone was to ask me my name and I said, I don't know, they'd think I was stupid, and I wouldn't blame them.
Well, why can't you just pick out any name?
Oh, names aren't like blueberries. You can't pick them. Oh, dear. It's such a hopeless task. I could just bawl. That's what I could do. Just bawl. And I think I will, if you'll excuse me.
Oh, my goodness, Mr. Man in the Moon. Can't we think up a name for your lion?
Jiminy Crickets and Swillygig. We've got to hurry up and rescue Santa Claus and not spend our time thinking up names for people. For goodness sakes to gracious and oh, Jigraph.
What did you say?
I said for goodness sakes to gracious oh, Jigraph.
Oh, that's it. That's it.
What's it?
Yes, what's it?
Oh, Jigraph. It's a beautiful name. A most gorgeous name. Oh, Jigraph. King of the forest. Truthful, oh, Jigraph. The genuine, jaunty, and jolly judge of the jungle. Without fear of jeer or jest or joke. Oh, be jabbers, I'm joyous. Thank you, my friend. Thank you 1,000,000 trillion times. And now you must come home for dinner.
But, Mr.
Oh, Jigraph's the name, and you're to blame. But hurry up, and we'll go home and tell Mrs. O'Jigraph to put another quart of water in the stew, and then we'll have enough for you, and you, and who else now? Let me see now. Who can it be? Of course it's me. Oh,
here we go home to dinner, for you've just picked a winner. I'm glad you came, for now I'll have fame. Oh, Jigraph is the name. Oh, here we go home to dinner, for we just picked a winner. I'm glad we came, for now he has fame. Oh, Jigraph. Well, there they go, down the forest road to the house of Mr. Lion. Oh, I beg your pardon. I mean Mr. O'Jigraph. And they'd better have a good dinner, too, because they'll need it. But with all the adventures they're going to have on the road to Squeebobble Land, and I wonder what'll happen next. But we'll find out in the next story of Jonathan Thomas and his Christmas on the Moon, won't we? Of course we will. Don't turn that dial. This is the right station if you want to hear about Jonathan Thomas and his Christmas on the Moon. Have you been listening to Jonathan Thomas and heard how well he's been keeping his promise? You know, he's been looking for poor Santa Claus because the Squeebobliums, who broke all the laws, kidnapped poor old Santa and hid him away. And they've looked for him now for days and days. That is Jonathan Thomas and the Man in the Moon and Gorgonzola the horse. And they must find him soon, because if they don't, it's really quite clear we just won't have any Christmas this year. Now, the good fairy queen, she gave them a charm which she said would be sure to keep them from harm. 'Twas a wonderful acorn that they had to take through the Nightmare Forest to keep them awake. For the Nightmare Forest is dark and deep, and they'd never wake up if they went to sleep. Well, they reached the forest, you remember well, and then they fell under the witch's spell. For a little white squirrel named Whiskery Bill just wouldn't behave, and he teased until poor Jonathan Thomas fell off of his horse, and then he went sound asleep, of course. Then Whiskery Bill, he cried and he cried, and he said, "It's my fault, and I'd sooner have died than hurt Jonathan Thomas, but now it's too late." But the good fairy queen said, "No, it is fate, because if you find a red, red rose and hold it close to the little boy's nose, he'll wake up again. It's quite, quite true. But to find the rose will be up to you." So away he went in a terrible hurry, and he slipped and he slid and was all in a flurry till he met a kind walrus who said, "I'll help you out. I'll just go along. I can help you, no doubt." So he did. But their hard luck was double, for the wicked old witch was bound she'd make trouble. But they found the red rubies, and the bush grew the rose, and at last they arrived in the forest so deep, and awoke Jonathan Thomas from his long, long sleep. They were soon on their way, the travelers three, bound that they'd set poor Santa Claus free. But they soon met a lion, who asked them to dine, when they named him O'Jigraph, which he thought very fine. And now let's see how they're getting along. Oh, my goodness, I hope nothing's wrong.
Oh, I'm much full of 3 times 3. I've never eaten such a good dinner as that one was, Mr. O'Jigraph.
Oh, you're very kind, my little man. And now, if you've eaten all that you can, I'll show you a bed where you can lay your head.
Thank you very much, Mr. O'Jigraph. But we haven't time to stop. We must hurry like 60 or 70 or 80 to the land of the Squeebobble to rescue Santa Claus.
Well, I'll give you fair warning. You'd best wait until morning and not travel when it's dark. For it's not such a lark to stumble and fall, and that's not all. But I don't know which is worse than which, the terror of night with its horrible fright, or the doings of that wicked old witch.
Well, we'll just have to take our chances.
Well, you should wait, 'cause it's late. But if you've made up your mind, and since you've been very kind, I'll give you a gift you can take.
You've already given us our dinner, Mr. O'Jigraph.
But just the same, you've given me my name, and now I'll help you out with a secret or two, and some things you can do to put that old witch plumb to rout.
That would be very nice, if you please, Mr. O'Jigraph.
Sometimes that old witch drives me
she even makes me a bit sore. But she's afraid of my roar. It frightens her out of her socks. So I've packed up a few, and I'll give them to you. I've put them in this little box.
Do you mean some roars?
Oh, yes. And you can't guess how she'll quickly run clear out of sight. I don't know why, but she'll scream and she'll cry. My roars always give her a fright. I only wish I had more. I could spare only 4, but that's enough to make things pretty hot.
Well, how do we use them, if you please, Mr. O'Digraph?
Well, when you see her coming, you needn't start in running, but stand right there till she lands from the air, and then open the box and throw them like rocks. Just 1 or 2, of course, not all of the 4. And she'll run, and she'll shriek, and be scared for a week. She always does when she hears my roar.
That's very nice of you, Mr. O'Digraph. And it'll be quite a laugh to show that old witch a thing or two.
I should say so.
We're pleased to have met you. And now we'll be on our way.
Well, I wish you success, and I guess all the rest. And I hope you have a good trip. And be careful of things such as camels with wings. And be sure not to make a slip.
We'll try, Mr. O'Digraph. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, here we go through the ice and the snow, and we're in a hurry because there'll be no cheer, no Christmas this year if we don't find Santa Claus. So, Gorgonzola, giddy up, Gorgonzola dandy, and with your speed be very fast, and with your feet be handy.
And so they went and went and went and went, until their strength was nearly spent, until they came to a deep, dark wood, and they thought some rest might do them some good. So they stopped their horse, Gorgonzola, of course, and they got off and walked around. And then they sat to have a chat on a giant toadstool they had found.
Oh, my gracious, I'm so tired. Oh, I think a little bit sleep.
Jiminy Crickets, don't go to sleep. You did that once, and it took us a week to wake you up.
Oh, you needn't worry, if you please. I will go to sleep. I did that, I so kind of. Oh, please.
Well, sleepers cheap. Then go to sleep. Don't sit around and grouse.
Who said that?
And if you had the manners of a mouse, you wouldn't sit on a person's house.
My goodness, we're not sitting on anybody's house.
You are too, if you only knew. And I'll ask you to get right off. Well, don't sit there and stare. My house is no chair, and this is no matter to laugh.
Oh, look, Mr. Man in the Moon, it's a little elf. And you shouldn't say laugh, Mr. Elf. You should say laugh.
It's laugh, if I please. And you may scoff and tease. I'll say whatever I wish. And you ought to be ashamed of yourself, you ignorant fish, because I am not just a little elf.
Well, who on earth are you then?
His Majesty, the King of any old thing. And I'll ask you to be more polite, or I'll teach you to see that I'm big enough for me, you impertinent, impudent sprite.
Oh, we beg your pardon, Your Majesty, but we didn't know that toadstool was your house.
And more. If you'd looked, you'd have saw.
Not have saw, Your Majesty, if you please, but have seen.
Just keep it up, and you'll start a scene. I'll talk as I please, and I'll whistle and sneeze. And if you don't like it, get out, or I'll call for a cop, and then you'll soon stop. And all I need do is to shout.
You're not very nice. You're awfully grouchy, too, for such a little thing.
I'll have you know that I am the king, and jumping goldfish and 7 years each. Run for your lives. It's the wicked old witch. Call out the guards, roll the drums, Everybody hide, for here she comes.
Quick, Jonathan Thomas, give me the box. We'll throw a lion's roar at her. And we'll see if Mr. O'Jigraff was right.
The best you can do is get out of sight.
Well, how do you do? It looks like I've caught up with you. I told you and warned you you'd better turn back. But seems that it's wisdom and good sense that you lack. So now, I guess I'll keep my promise. I've come to get you, Jonathan Thomas.
But you're not going to get me, though, you wicked old witch.
And you'd better go right back to Rumpelstiltskin.
You foolish one. You'll rue your words when I am done. Oh, yes. There's still another thing. I've also come after the Elfin King.
You better throw it, Mr. Man on the Moon.
Watch this, Jonathan Thomas. 1 for the money and 2 for the show. 3 to get ready, and here I go.
Help, help! Oh, stop, I say. That's no way for you to play.
And here goes another one.
Oh, I can't stand such things. As I said, it bothers my head. One ear is deaf, and the other one sings. Help! Help!
By Jiminy Crickets, and look at her go. Mr. O'Jigraff was right, for he told us so. My goodness to gracious, she's good and sore, or she can't stand a lion's roar.
It's a good thing she can't, too. Well, she would have got me and gobbled me up. Oh, I'm glad she didn't. Where did His Majesty go, Mr. Man in the Moon?
I don't know.
Is she gone?
Of course she has.
Well, bless my hat. Thank you for that. Oh, such nicey rice is too much strife. And thanks to you, you saved my life.
Oh, gee, well, look, it wasn't anything.
It's quite a lot to save a king. And now, I'm mighty glad you stayed, and just for that you'll both be paid, and richly too, both you and you. Just name your price, and in a trice you'll have it before you can count up to 2.
Well, now, sounds like Jonathan Thomas and the Man in the Moon are in luck for once. For all elf kings are magic, you know, and maybe this one will have something to help them go to the land of Squibobble. Oh, I hope so, don't you? I wonder what they'll ask for. Well, I guess we'll find out in the next story of Jonathan Thomas and his Christmas on the Moon. So don't forget to listen, will you? I won't. Don't turn that dial. This is the right station if you want to hear about Jonathan Thomas and his Christmas on the Moon. Oh, my goodness, as the time draws near, I worry and worry too much, I fear, whether Jonathan Thomas will find Santa Claus, which he promised to do, and he's got to, because if he doesn't find Santa, there won't be much joy on Christmas morning without even a toy. Now, the Man in the Moon and Gorgonzola the horse are helping Jonathan Thomas, of course, and the 3 little dwarfs have taught them to say, Hun squee nun squee giggly vey. It's the strangest word that you ever heard, but that's because it's a magical word. Whenever they say it, the good fairy queen knows there's trouble, and she comes to the scene, and she soon drives away the wicked old witch who rules o'er the land of Rumpelstiltskin. And the good fairy queen has given a charm to the travelers 3 to keep them from harm. 'Tis a magical acorn she gave them to take through the nightmare forest to keep them awake. 'Cause she said, remember, in the forest so deep, you'll never wake up should you go to sleep. When they reached the forest so dark and chill, they met a white squirrel named Whiskery Bill. And he was as mean as a squirrel could be. He teased them a lot from the top of a tree till Jonathan Thomas fell off of the horse and went sound to sleep, as he would, of course, for the horse held the acorn, and things looked bad, and Whiskery Bill was ever so sad, till the fairy queen said, if you'll find a red rose and hold it beneath the little boy's nose, it'll wake him right up. But for miles around, there wasn't a single red rose to be found, till the white rosebush told Whiskery Bill if she had red color, she could grow one at will. And she said, if you'll hurry right over the snow, you'll find red rubies on the long rainbow. So away he went to the rainbow's end, where he met a walrus, who became his good friend. And you've no idea how much trouble they had, for the witch did all that she could that was bad. But they found the rubies, and the bush grew the rose. They held it beneath Jonathan Thomas's nose, and he woke right up and was soon on his way, 'cause he's got to find Santa before Christmas Day. Soon they met a lion who asked them to dine and gave them a box full of roars that were fine to frighten the witch. Then they met the elf king, who claimed he was king of any old thing. Just then, the old witch flew up with a yell to get Jonathan Thomas and the elf king as well. But they let out the roars, which quite took her breath. As a matter of fact, it scared her to death. And then, well, here's where the story begins again.
Your Majesty, that's very nice.
Oh, 3 cheers isn't much. Why, it's hardly a touch. But now I give you my promise. Whatever the task, anything you ask will be yours, Master Jonathan Thomas.
Thank you very much, Your Majesty. We don't want you to give us anything, but maybe you could help us.
I'll do my best. Just give me the test.
We've got to go to the land of Squeebobble, Your Majesty, to rescue Santa Claus. Or there won't be any Christmas this year, and that would be bad, and more terribly sad, to which you'll quite agree.
Can't you help us at all, if you please?
Through this valley and over the hill, you'll find a wall that will stop you still. It's the wall of doors, and I say to you, without this key, you can't get through.
Oh, thank you, Your Majesty.
How kind of you, this thing to do. That helps us out a lot. For by my hat, any key like that could never in the world be bought.
Nobody ever told us about the wall of doors until you. Didn't know, did we, Mr. Man in the Moon?
How could we know if nobody told us? Unless we could guess. Look, ain't guessing such hard work.
When you come to the wall, which is very, very tall, you'll find 1,000 doors. Each one is the same, and they're all very plain. And you'll have to count them by 4s. 4 from the left, and 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 then 4 more. That makes the count 20. And that's quite a plenty. But make sure you go through the right door.
Yes, sir, Your Majesty.
Your troubles are done if you pick the right one. They'll just begin if another you go in. And you'll be lost for days. And you'll wander and wander hither and yonder like a couple of maverick strays.
Oh, my goodness.
Is the room of doom, of never-ending night, with horrible things to give you a fright. Is a pitfall hole where goblins and snakes will give you the shakes, where ghosts and banshees wail and sneak up behind you and then try to blind you. so they can put you in jail.
I hope Santa Claus appreciates what we're going through, for I'm telling you, this sets me all a quiver, for I can't help but worry about this story, and it's got me in a dither.
Well, you needn't shake, for the door which you'll take will lead you right through the wall. So go right through, and it's easy to do. You'll not be frightened at all.
You're a very nice king, Your Majesty. I'm glad we saved you from the witch.
Oh, Jonathan Thomas, we'd better go, or we'll never get wherever we're going on time.
Yes, you'd better start walking, for I must quit talking, 'cause I've used up most of my rhyme.
Goodbye, Your Majesty, and wish us luck. And keep your fingers crossed so we don't get stuck. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. So, here we go through the ice and snow. We're off again once more to find with the key which he gave to me a way through the secret door. Oh, here we
Scream-dam-do, scream-dam-dee, a frightful time do I foresee. For remember, dear children, I made a promise that I would cast a spell upon Jonathan Thomas. Now let me see, what do I need? A shell of a snail and a watermelon seed. To boil and bubble to cause great trouble. And I'll work and toil, and I must, because they shall not rescue Santa Claus. They shall not rescue Santa Claus.
Oh, here we go through the ice and snow, singing on our way. We're riding a horse 'cause we have to, of course, for we have no open sleigh. Oh, jingle bells, oh, whoa, Gorgonzola. Hold up now. My gracious to goodness and Jiminy Crickets and Flubdudge. Look, Jonathan Thomas.
Oh, it's a wall of doors the Elf King told us about.
Doors to the left of us, doors to the right of us. Thousands and millions of doors. You could count them by 40 times 4, and they all say, "Private, this means you." Now, who told them we were coming here? That's what I'd like to know.
Which is the one the Elf King told us to go through, Mr. Man in the Moon?
We'll have to count them, Jonathan Thomas. 4 from the left.
1, 2, 3, 4.
And 4 from the left.
5, 6, 7, 8.
Count 4 more or we'll be late.
9, 10, 11, 12.
It's all according to the tiny elves.
13, 14, 15, 16.
Now just 4 more and we'll open the door.
17, 18, 19, 20.
That's counting them rights, which is good and plenty. Now look and see if you've got the key.
Here it is, Mr. Man in the Moon. I kept it in my pocket.
Now put it in the lock and turn to the right, and mighty soon we'll know what we will greet here to our sight.
Oh, look, Mr. Man in the Moon. It's kind of spooky inside.
The Elf King said we had nothing to fear, but I don't ever fear nothing. It's always something I'm afraid of. Come on, Jonathan Thomas, shut the door and let's go on.
Oh, I hope we counted right. 'Cause remember, he said if we didn't, we'd get into all sorts of trouble.
You counted right, of course you did, and I'm not afraid.
I'm not afraid.
Oh!
Oh!
Who said that?
Who said that?
Somebody's mocking us.
Mocking us?
But who could it be?
Who could it be?
Whoever it is, they'd better shut up.
Shut up!
Oh! Look, Mr. Man in the Moon. Look at all the people.
People!
And they're coming after us.
Come on, Jonathan Thomas. Run for your life. Run for your life.
Run for your life. Run for your
goodness gracious. It looks like Jonathan Thomas and the Man in the Moon are in trouble again. But what sort of trouble do you think? What sort of a place are they in? That's what I'd like to know, wouldn't you? Well, we'll find out when we hear the next story of Jonathan Thomas and his Christmas on the Moon. Don't forget to listen, will you? Will you? Will you? Don't turn that dial. This is the right station if you want to hear about Jonathan Thomas and his Christmas on the Moon. Are you gathered up close to your radio? If you're not, then hurry, because you know this is the time for Jonathan Thomas, and you'll want to learn if he's kept his promise to rescue Santa, who was stolen away by the bad Squibobliums, and it wasn't in play. Jonathan Thomas and the Man in the Moon said not to worry, that they'd find him soon, and they and Gorgonzola the horse have been doing all that they can, of course. They've traveled along a dangerous road, past the Dragon's Cave and the home of the Toad. And oh my goodness, they've had so much trouble because of a kettle that was set to bubble by the very worst kind of a wicked old witch who rules o'er the land of Rumplestitch. You see, when a witch prepares her brew, there's no telling what'll happen to you. And she caused Jonathan Thomas to fall asleep as they passed through the nightmare forest deep. But quick as a wink, there appeared on the scene their very good friend, the Fairy Queen. And he soon woke up, for she knew the charm. She's always trying to keep them from harm. And the wicked old witch was as mad as could be, and said, "I'll get them yet, you wait and see." But the travelers brave set out once more, when suddenly they heard an awful roar. 'Twas only a lion who asked them to dine, when they named him Jigra, which he thought was fine. And he gave them a gift. 'Twas a box of growls, to frighten the witch and give her the howls. So they thanked him kindly and hurried away, because it was getting very late in the day. At last, being tired, they thought 'twould be wise if they sat down to rest. And then they got a surprise, for they sat right down on the Elf King's home and broke all to pieces his fairy throne. The Elf King was as angry could be, and said, "For this damage you'll have to pay me." Just then, the old witch, mad as any old thing, came for Jonathan Thomas and the little Elf King. But they opened the box and let out a growl, and she soon flew away with a dreadful howl. And then the Elf King said, "It's quite plain to me, I owe you my life, and here is a key to open the door in the wall of doors, and then, what's more, I'll give you my wish to take you through, and that applies to both you and you, and the roads you travel, which you must, because you must find Santa Claus, and the kidnapping mystery unravel." So they found the door as the Elf King said, and they were very careful to use their head, but they were filled with dread as they all went in. But then, here's where the story begins again.
Oh, Mr. Man in the Moon, if you please. This is the funniest place I ever saw.
That's a tremendous fibber, Jonathan Thomas, if I ever heard one. This place isn't the least bit funny.
Bit funny?
I didn't mean that it was funny. Like, funny things are funny, but like unfunny things are sometimes funny.
Sometimes funny.
That's very complicated, Jonathan Thomas. It just doesn't make sense. It doesn't even make 1 cent, and it takes 5 cents to make a nickel.
To make a nickel.
Oh, my goodness gracious to Jimmy Crickets. Who on earth is mocking me?
Mocking me?
Maybe it's only an echo.
Maybe it is.
Oh, we must have come in the wrong door, but it's too late now because the door is locked and we can't get out.
Oh, look, Mr. Man in the Moon. Somebody's coming.
Huh?
Maybe it's a parade. Or maybe soldiers.
Oh, flubdudge. It is soldiers. 3 of them. And they're probably coming to arrest us. Oh, what shall we do? Whatever shall we do? Whatever shall we do?
We better hide.
Oh,
Maybe.
it's too late now. Here they are.
Company, halt. 1, 2, and 2 is 4. Add 4 more and it equals 8. So stop right now before it's too late.
Hey, who are you?
Yes, who are you?
I'm me.
I'm myself.
And I'm I.
We're me and myself and I. And we'd like some strawberry pie. With plenty of jam and a slice of ham and bread that is made out of rye.
Jiminy crickets! What a silly thing to say.
Yes, what a silly thing to say.
Silly is as silly does.
What's sillier than silly is a bear named Gus.
Who is locked in jail without any bail, and we had to do it because...
Oh, did you say Gus?
Maybe he's deaf.
He looks like a thief.
We'd better tell the chief.
Gus is my teddy bear, and he ran away. Have you got him?
He's safe and sound.
With bars all around.
And gagged with plum pudding till he can't make a sound.
Oh, did you hear what they said, Mr. Man on the Moon? They got Gus. They got Gus.
That's wonderful, but where in the world are we? That's what I'd like to know.
Why don't you guess?
Before we confess.
And if you guess right, we'll quickly say yes.
We don't know where we are.
Well, imagine that.
Well, by my hat.
They don't know where they're at.
No, we don't.
No, we don't.
Why, this is the kingdom without any malice.
It's the very good land of our Queen Alice.
There isn't a rhyme, but I'll make up a line which ends with the word Squoosh-Wallis.
Oh, you mean Alice to the Looking Glass?
The answer is yes.
How did you guess?
You're very smart, we'll have to confess.
Oh, no wonder everything is made out of looking glasses.
Well, then, for gracious sakes, if this is the land of the Looking Glass, tell us where to find the Queen.
The Queen isn't lost.
Nobody said she was.
Then why should you find her?
Oh, for goodness sakes, to Jiminy Cricket, you're driving me crazy. We don't want to find her.
You couldn't anyway, 'cause she's already found.
You're getting me so sore I'll rip and roar and flubdudge. We should like to see Queen Alice.
Yes, we should like to see Queen Alice, 'cause I want to find Gus.
So, please don't tease and tell us how to go about it.
You don't have to go about it. Just go straight down the road.
Till you come to a toad with a code in his head.
Of course, on your horse, that's what me and myself said.
Then you'll find a door.
And what's more?
You should rap, and that adds up to 4.
Oh, what's the door for?
It's the door to the palace
of good Queen Alice.
There isn't a rhyme, but I'll make up a line which ends with the word Squoosh-Wallis.
Oh, thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Goodbye. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Giddy up, Gorgonzola. Come on. Oh, well, we're off to see Alice in Alice's palace, for she was a very good queen. The best in the land, I understand, and not in the least bit mean. Oh, we're off to see Alice in Alice's palace. We're off to Alice's palace.
So down the road they went, as quick as if they'd been sent to the palace of Alice, the Looking-Glass Queen, who always is nice and never is mean. So clippity-clop and clippity-clop, till pretty soon they came to a stop, and there was a wall that was very tall, and only one door to go through. So quickly, of course, they climbed off the horse, and before you could count up to 2, they knocked and knocked, but the door was locked.
Maybe nobody's home, maybe.
Fiddlesticks, Jonathan Thomas. If nobody's home, then somebody must be there. Knock once more.
Oh, somebody's coming.
No admittance until the second Tuesday of next week. Well, for goodness sakes alive.
That wasn't a nice thing to do. People shouldn't ever slam doors in people's faces.
Knock again, Jonathan Thomas. We'll keep right on knocking until somebody does let us in.
Hey-o, hey-o.
Goodness gracious.
Oh. Look, the man in the moon. It's a big frog.
What are you trying to do? Break the door down?
Oh, no, sir. If you please. We're just knocking. But no one will answer the door.
Well, now, what's it been asking?
What's been asking, if you please?
Why the door? The questions come first, the answers come after. So what did the door ask you?
It didn't ask me anything.
Then why do you wish it answered if it didn't ask anything?
I've only been knocking at the door. The door don't say anything.
Sometimes they do. They say, keep out. This strictly means you.
Oh, for gracious sakes.
And you shouldn't go around knocking on doors, either. If you can't say anything good about them, then keep still. What did this door ever do to you?
Why, nothing, of course.
Well, then, you leave it alone, and it'll leave you alone. It's as easy as subtracting 9 from 8.
Well,
Stop that knocking, you little zany. Whatever it is, we don't want it, eh? So go, blow, and never come back. Or it wouldn't surprise me if you don't get a whack. For I am Napoleon the Great and Henry number 8. And I much prefer the latter. And I'm not at all sad. No. But I am a little bit mad. Mad. I am the Mad Hatter.
Well, now, what next is going to happen? Things haven't been bad enough without going to a funny place like the Looking Glass Land, where frogs talk and where the Mad Hatter lives. Oh, my goodness. I wonder what'll happen next. But maybe Queen Alice will be very nice to Jonathan Thomas and the Man in the Moon, and I certainly hope so, because Christmas isn't very far off, and they've just got to find Santa Claus in time. So don't forget to listen to the next story of Jonathan Thomas and his Christmas on the Moon, will you? I won't. Don't turn that dial. This is the right station if you want to hear about Jonathan Thomas and his Christmas on the Moon. There are travelers 3 who are strong and brave, who have given their promise that they will save poor Santa Claus and bring him back and help him on with his toy sack. You know who the travelers are, of course? It's the Man in the Moon and Gorgonzola the horse and Jonathan Thomas. He's the good little boy who's got to find Santa or there won't be a toy. Because the Squeebobliums stole Santa away and he's got to be rescued before Christmas Day. They really have had the awfulest time. Their task is not easy, and I'm glad it's not mine. They're far on the road to Squeeboblium Land, and if they ever get there, it'll be pretty grand. But you know, they've been bothered a lot by a witch who rules o'er the land of Rumpelstitch. She's brewed her magic to make a bad spell, and everyone knows it's worked quite well. That is, until the good fairy queen came along and spoiled her terrible scheme. Oh, she's helped them a lot, because she's wise. She's kept them safe from the dragon's eyes. And in the nightmare forest so dark and deep, where the witch made Jonathan Thomas fall to sleep, she woke him up with a magic charm. I'm sure she won't let them come to harm. Well, as they journeyed along, right on their path, they met a lion who was so filled with wrath he hated to be told that he was lion. and he said if they called him that, he'd bite off their head. So they called him Ojaigrath, and he shook his mane and said, "That's better. I like that name." And he asked them to dine with a very broad smile. So they dined with the lion and rested a while. Then he gave them a gift. It was a box full of growls to frighten the witch and give her the howls. But soon they thanked him and wished him good day, and then they met the Elf King by the side of the way. Just then the old witch flew up on her broom. She come for the Elf King. It looked like his doom. But they opened the box and let out a growl, and the witch flew away with a terrible howl. Of course, the Elf King was glad, and he gave them a key. He said, "It's a present to you from me. In the wall of doors it will open the way, that you'll find the right door, I'll hope and pray." Well, they found the wall that was ever so long, but the door they went through was the door that was wrong. They're in Looking-Glass Land, and strange it may seem, they're now on their way to meet Alice, the Queen.
Umbledy, mumbledy, quickly speak, and say your say, my little squeak.
I'm not a little squeak, if you please. I'm Jonathan Thomas. That's who I am.
Of course. But that's much worse than squeak, which I think much better. It's easy to say, most anyway, and it rhymes with any old letter.
My gracious sakes to goodness, stop this fiddle-faddle and state the facts.
Well, if it's facts you want, it's facts you get. The desert is dry, and the sea is wet. Mountains are high, and valleys are low. It's impossible to hurry, and yet go slow.
Oh,
goodness! In the year of 1492, Columbus sailed the ocean blue. In 1776, Paul Revere was up to some tricks.
Whatever are you talking about?
I'm stating facts. That's what you said, and I'm getting them all right out of my head. There. In 1513, Mr. Balboa discovered the blue Pacific shower. Finding my mind a little bit worn, I can't think of the date that I was born.
Oh, stop it, before I go crazy. We didn't come here to listen to dates. We want to see Queen Alice.
Yes, we want to see Queen Alice.
And why didn't you say so before you spoke? Instead of standing there attempting to joke, just follow your nose right down this hall till you come to the room where she's holding a ball, and you'll find the guard, and just give him your card, and wait till you're invited in. And try your might to be polite, for if you don't, it'll be a sin.
Well, now, that's more like it.
Yes, sir. And thank you, please, Mr. Mad Hatter.
You're welcome, of course. That's what I say. But if you don't have to go, then why don't you stay?
Oh, look, Mr. Man in the Moon.
Goodness gracious to Jiminy Cricket. What was that?
Yes, what was that?
Well, upon my word, it's only a bird. No reason to be alarmed.
Oh, look, Mr. Man in the Moon, it is a bird. But it's flying backwards.
My gracious. Who ever heard of a bird flying backwards?
He's the Jabberwocky bird. And you can take my word, flying backwards is his style. He flies very slow, even slower than you go. About 25 hours to the mile.
Goodness. But why does he fly backwards?
Well, it's all in the knowing. He doesn't care where he's going. He just wants to see where he's been.
Oh, Well, that's the funniest kind of a bird I ever heard of.
We better hurry, Jonathan Thomas, if we're going to see the Queen.
Oh, yes, that's right. Well, goodbye, Mr. Mad Hatter. Maybe we'll see you again very soon.
That's just fine. Maybe we could dine on oyster shells and sand. And for an extra treat, we'll have spinach with the meat. Just to think if it makes me feel so grand to think of that. Goodbye.
Yeah, goodbye. Oh, Jiminy G, my gracious.
Oh, wonder why they call him the Mad Hatter, Mr. Man in the Moon. 'Cause he's as nice can be. And he doesn't look mad to me.
Of course not, Jonathan Thomas. Nobody can ever look mad. They have to act mad. And then they should be on a stage because that's the only place to act.
Oh.
There's the door, Jonathan Thomas, but I don't see any guard.
Maybe he's inside having a good time at the Queen's party.
You're probably right, by Jiminy Cricket. So I guess we'd better knock and see if anybody answers. Go ahead, Jonathan Thomas. Knock on the door.
All right.
My goodness to gracious.
Somebody said come in, so I guess we'd better, don't you think, if you please?
That's just what we'll do.
Hi-ho, hi-ho, welcome to Looking Glass Land. We're happy to see that you've come for tea. Welcome to Looking Glass Land.
Do they mean us, Mr. Man in the Moon?
I guess they must. They're all looking at us.
How do you do? And if I were you, which I'm not, as everyone knows, I'd bow as low as you can go. And this is the way it goes. Your Majesty, Alice, what a beautiful palace. And I'm glad you're looking well. It's quite a treat to meet a queen, even more than I can tell.
You mean I'm supposed to say that, if you please?
Of course you are. So go ahead. But if you don't, you'll lose your head.
But I can't remember what you said.
You don't have to remember. Just speak the verse. That's very simple. It could be much worse.
But I don't know the verse, if you please.
Then what do you know? If you don't know something, you'll have to go. You can't meet a queen if you're going to be mean.
But I'm not mean. I just don't know the word.
Oh, you'd better go.
Wait, Prime Minister. It is my royal command that Master Jonathan Thomas and the Man in the Moon be allowed to stay.
But, Your Majesty, you plainly heard the foolish boy doesn't know a word.
Well, then give him time to learn.
Oh, thank you very much, if you please. Are you Queen Alice?
Why, yes, of course. And I'm glad you came. We've been waiting a long, long time for you, you know.
You have?
Well, what do you know about that?
I know a great deal about that. And a lot of other things, too.
But how in the world could you wait for us if you didn't know we were coming?
Why, it's very simple, of course. I just remembered it.
You mean you remembered that we were coming?
Why, yes.
But how could you remember we were coming? If you didn't know that we were coming, because we didn't even know it ourselves till we got here.
Of course.
But then how could you remember, if you please? Your Majesty?
In Looking Glass Land, Master Jonathan Thomas, we always remember things before they happen. It's very convenient, you know.
Oh.
And you're just in time for tea, following which I and my Prime Minister will tell you a secret.
Oh, that would be nice, if you please, Your Majesty. What is a secret?
If I told you now, it wouldn't be a secret, would it? But I can give you a hint.
What, please?
I'm going to help you rescue Santa Claus in plenty of time for Christmas.
Oh, that's very nice of you, Your Majesty.
Oh, but first we must have our party. So bring on the bread and butter and sugar and strike up the music and let everyone be gay. For this is the court of Alice, of Alice, of Alice, and this is my very royal palace. So dance and sing and have fun. We'll make lots of cheer for Christmas this year, so join in the fun, everyone.
What do you know about that? Jonathan Thomas and the Man in the Moon having a party at the palace of good Queen Alice. And what's this about a secret to rescue Santa Claus? I wonder whatever can it be. But I just guess we'll have to wait and find out in the next story of Jonathan Thomas and his Christmas on the Moon, won't we? So don't forget to listen. I won't. Don't turn that dial. This is the right station if you want to hear about Jonathan Thomas and his Christmas on the Moon. Poor old Santa Claus made a mistake. He's feeling so sad for the children's sake. He let some Squibbobliums in one night, and they captured him after a terrible fight. And now he's a prisoner in Squibboblium land. They tied him so tight, he can't move a hand. But don't you worry, because you've heard, of course, that the Man in the Moon and Gorgonzola the horse and Jonathan Thomas, who are all brave and strong, have promised to find him before very long. They've traveled quite far on this dangerous road, past the dragon's cave and the home of the toad. And they've had much trouble with the wicked old witch who rules o'er the land of Rumpelstiltskin. But you needn't worry, for they're doing well. They escaped her magic and terrible spell. For they've made a true friend of the good fairy queen. And she always has spoiled the old witch's scheme. But once, in the nightmare forest so deep, the witch put Jonathan Thomas asleep. But the good fairy queen woke him up with a charm, and she's doing her best to keep them from harm. And they met a lion one day on the path, who roared quite loud to show them his wrath. For he said it's all wrong and a crying shame to be told I'm lion. I demand a new name. So they named him Ojigrath. He thought it was fine. And to show he was pleased, he asked them to dine. Then he gave them a gift. 'Twas a box full of growls to frighten the witch and make her howl. So they thanked him kindly, and on they rode till they met the Elf King who lived by the road. And they were just in time, for the wicked old witch flew up on her broom from Rumpelstiltskin. She said she had come for the little Elf King, and she threatened them all with terrible things. But they opened the box and let out a growl, and the witch flew away with a terrible howl. And then the little Elf King, he gave them a key, and said it's a gift to you from me, to open the way through the doors in the wall. Just be careful which one you open, that's all. They tried to be careful, but the wall was long, and the door that they entered was found to be wrong. Wherever they looked, they saw mirrors so grand, and what do you think? It was Looking Glass Land.
Chains and open the gate, and I'll have your head if you're 1 minute late.
Yes, sir, at once, your majesty. I'll unlock the gate with this golden key.
Very good, my loyal guard. Do you suppose I should walk in without sending a card? I'm such a funny man, and you'd better laugh as hard as you can.
Yes, sir, of course. I'll do my best, as I always do when you give me the test.
Louder and louder. I'm sure you're much stronger. Very good. That's as you should. Now stand by the door and guard it well, while I explain the laws to Mr. Santa Claus. I've so very much to tell.
Yes, sir.
Well, Mr. Claus, how do you do? I'm very, very glad to see you, and I can tell that you're looking well, and by my hat you're waxing fat. Like as I've always said, no food is as good as water and bread. Well, speak up. Have your say. I can't stay around here all day.
Please, Mr. King, I'll give you anything if you will just let me go. Diamonds and rubies and gold galore. But please, King Squibbeeble, please don't say no.
Ha! and ho!
Oh, surely, good king, you must have a heart, and you know how well I must play my part. Oh, why do you treat me this way? For there'll be no toys for the girls and boys when the sun comes up on Christmas Day. It's not for myself that I plead and beg, but for little Johnny Smith with the broken leg. Don't you see, he'll be without cheer, as no one should be at this time of the year. And there's little Mary King. She didn't ask for anything. As a matter of fact, this is all she said. Please bring me a dolly and a loaf of bread.
The answer is nay. And here's where you'll stay for a long, long time after Christmas Day. For I say that this year will be without cheer. There's too much cheer in the world anyway. Everyone should be sad, not merry and glad. That's what I say.
Very well, Mr. King, but I'm warning you. I'll escape from here. That's what I'll do.
You can't do that. You're as safe in this jail as a rat in a trap.
The only thing that I can say is that for this, you'll have to pay. And I'll be out before Christmas Day. Yes. And I'll pack my toys in my sleigh. And then through the ice and snow I'll go. On, Donner and Blitzen, to the world below. And never you fear. There'll be plenty of cheer again this year. For Sally a doll, for Bobby a train. I'll show the world how to laugh again. For round the earth will I drive my steed, to fill every heart with my kindly deeds. And I'll bring food for the poor, and toys for the good, and we'll laugh and be happy as everyone should.
That's a very fine speech. But I know how to teach these people that spread such cheer. I'll create a gloom much worse than doom. There'll be no Christmas this year. So be hearty and hale as you stay here in jail and think of the things you'd do. How you'd ride your sleigh on Christmas Day if you were not put in here to stay. But now I bid you adieu and say, be of good cheer as long as you're here, for there won't be any Christmas this year. There won't be any Christmas this year.
It's plain to see you don't know me. Somehow I'll find a way. This place I'll leave before Christmas Eve. I'll be there on Christmas Day. Just you wait and see, Mr. King. Just you wait and see.
Oh, come all ye faithful, joyful and triumphant. Oh, come ye to Bethlehem.
Poor old Santa. It's very sad how old King Squeebeeble treats him so bad. But he'll escape, and that's my promise, as he'll be rescued by Jonathan Thomas. So now to the palace, good Queen Alice, and we'll be there quicker than soon to see what's happening to Jonathan Thomas and the kind old man on the moon.
Now, here's the thing, my little man, so listen with both ears as best you can.
Yes, ma'am, Your Majesty, if you please.
I remembered that Santa Claus was taken away. In fact, I remembered it only today. But now there's nothing that we lack, for now we know how to get him back.
Oh, that's very nice. But we have to rescue him, or there won't be any Christmas this year.
This is a whistle to take when you go. And when you want magic, you just have to blow. Then, quick as a wink, you'll start him to grow.
Did you say grow, Your Majesty?
Yes, I did. And you'll grow so high, you'll grow right up into the sky until you're bigger than anyone.
Oh, but
But wait until I'm done. When you reach Squeebobberland, you'll see lots of soldiers on every hand. For Mr. Squeebeeble, the very bad king, who, just to be mean, will do any old thing, has told all his people that you're very wrong, and to catch you quickly when you come along.
Oh!
So that's the reason I'm telling to you the things that you will have to do. Because, you simply must rescue poor Mr. Santa Claus. for more than ever before this year, we need just oodles and oodles of Christmas cheer.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, here's the plan, my good little man, as I said just a moment before. So you'll keep in your head the things that I've said, and I'll say them again once more.
Yes, ma'am, if you please.
This is the whistle that you must blow when it comes time for you to grow. Blow it just once, and then hang on, and in a trice the sweet bubble will be gone. You'll frighten them so when you're starting to grow that will be fine because, you'll have no trouble at all in rescuing poor old Santa Claus.
Does it hurt very much to grow, Your Majesty?
Oh, not very much. That is, in the main. But you shouldn't mind a growing pain.
For gracious goodness, Jonathan Thomas, we'd better hurry, or we'll never arrive at the land of Squee-Bobble.
Look, Mr. Man in the Moon, Her Majesty, Queen Alice, gave me a magic whistle so that I can grow tall and frighten a Squee-Bobble so they won't know what to do.
That's wonderful, Jonathan Thomas. Yeah. We're mighty grateful to you, Queen Alice. Yes, sir. How does the whistle work?
Her Majesty said that I just have to blow it like this. And then, oh, my goodness, I feel funny.
Jiminy Cricket, you're starting to grow.
But I don't want to grow now. Yet.
Gracious sakes.
Look at me, everybody. I'm getting bigger and bigger, and I'm going up in the air.
There's no need for alarm. He's under a charm.
I'm getting bigger than a building, even than a mountain.
Gracious sakes to Jiminy Crickets and flubduds. Get him, stop, Your Majesty. He's turning into a giant. Stop him before he gets clear up in the clouds. Oh, my goodness gracious.
Well, that really is a magic whistle, isn't it? And it must be wonderful to be able to grow like that without having to eat spinach or even anything. But what do you suppose will happen next? Do you think he'll be able to ungrow? I mean, become shorter again? Well, we'll find that out in the next story of Jonathan Thomas and his Christmas on the Moon. Don't forget to listen, will you? Don't turn that dial. This is the right station if you want to hear about Jonathan Thomas and his Christmas on the Moon. Well, Christmas night will soon be here. And I know you children will want to hear of Jonathan Thomas and the Man in the Moon, and the talking horse will find Santa soon. Of course, you remember what happened, no doubt. But if you don't, well, it's all about the wicked Squee-Bobliums who stole Santa Claus. They're going to be punished for breaking the laws. And poor old Santa is sad as can be, because he's got to get home right away, don't you see, to fill up his pack and start on his way to reach all good children before Christmas Day. But don't you worry, I'm sure he'll be found. So sit very still and don't make a sound. The Man in the Moon and Gorgonzola the horse and Jonathan Thomas, too, of course, have traveled far on a dangerous road, past the dragon's cave and the home of the toad. And oh, my goodness, that wicked old witch who rules o'er the land of Rumplestitch has cast her spells and brewed her magic. And I'm sure the story would be quite tragic if it wasn't because of the good fairy queen who always spoils the old witch's scheme. But once, in the nightmare forest deep, Jonathan Thomas fell sound to sleep. It was the old witch's fault, for she worked a spell, and you may be sure that it would have worked well, but the good fairy queen knew a wonderful charm. It woke the little boy up and saved him from harm. Then they saved the life of the little elf king, who claimed to be king of any old thing. So he gave them a key to the doors in the wall and said choose the right door to enter, that's all. They tried to be careful, but the wall was so long that the door that they entered was the door that was wrong. And wherever they looked, they saw mirrors so grand, and it turned out to be it was Looking Glass Land. Then a very fine guard took them straight to the palace, where they soon met the ruler, whose name was Queen Alice. And they soon discovered that she was their friend, for she gave them a whistle that would help them no end. When the little boy blew it, it so changed his size, he grew tall as a giant before all their eyes. And now, let us see what has happened since then, for here's where the story begins again.
For goodness gracious sakes, to Jiminy Crickets and Screwwush. You're growing higher and higher and higher, Jonathan Thomas. Whatever shall you do?
For goodness sake, if you please, how am I to stop growing, Your Majesty?
There's no need for alarm, for you have the charm, and you'll stop growing in a trice. For I said to you, all you need to do is to blow the whistle twice, and then you'll grow small, and you'll continue to fall, till you can't be seen at all.
Goodness gracious. What a wonderful thing to do.
I'm bigger than a giant, I bet. Even bigger than my daddy. Now that I know I can grow smaller whenever I wish, I'm not afraid anymore.
Yeah. How's the weather up there, Jonathan Thomas?
It's colder than 2 times 2, and it's snowing a little bit, and I can see ever so far.
Don't move around, for gracious sakes, or you'll step on us just as sure can be. And all that would be left would be just a grease spot.
This is a very wonderful, Your Majesty. I'll bet the bad Squeebubble will be afraid of me when they see how big I am.
That's the purpose of my plan, for I want to help just all I can. For what would Christmas ever be without old Santa and a Christmas tree? And think how sad all the girls and boys if he didn't come around with his bag of toys.
We're mighty grateful to you, Your Majesty, Queen Alice, and we're mighty glad that we came to your palace.
I think I'm getting a little bit tired of being so tall now. If you please, maybe I'd better blow the whistle twice and grow small again.
Very well, if you choose. You've nothing to lose. Just blow it twice, and then in a trice, you'll start to grow short once more. But when you arrive at your 4 feet 5, blow it again, or you'll sink through the floor.
Look out, everybody, 'cause I'm ready now to go short.
Be careful now, Jonathan Thomas, and don't grow too short.
I won't, really. Now, all ready. 1 for the money, 2 for the show, 3 to get ready, and 4 to go.
My gracious to goodness, here he comes.
Oh, my goodness. I'm going shorter, faster than 2 times 2 and 3 times 3. I wish my daddy could see me now. Daddy'd be surprised. He wouldn't know what in the world to do.
Be sure to stop, Jonathan Thomas.
I won't forget, if you please. Look out, everybody. Here I come. I'm growing shorter and shorter and shorter. Here I'm almost in.
Blow the whistle, Jonathan Thomas. Hurry, quicker than quick.
Oh, my goodness. That was the most fun I ever had. I liked being a giant, only I wouldn't like being a giant all the time, because I like being myself better.
Now that you know how the trick is done, promise not to tell even a single one.
I promise, Your Majesty, if you please. I won't tell.
Of course not.
And now, if you don't mind, and I know it's not kind, but the hands of the clock do show that you mustn't wait, for it's growing late. It's time that you both should go.
Yes, it is, isn't it? We've got to hurry, too. If we're going to rescue Santa Claus in time for Christmas.
You've been very kind, Your Majesty. And we are as grateful can be. Yep. And if there's ever a way that we can repay, just let us know and you will see.
Oh, thank you, sir. It's very sweet. And I hope that again we'll very soon meet. And now, I'll wish you luck on your way and hope for a visit some other nice day. Goodbye, Master Jonathan Thomas. Don't forget about your promise.
I won't, Your Majesty.
Goodbye.
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 Oh, down the road we go again, you and I, two very brave men. For I'm as brave as you, and you're as brave as I. We ramble along, singing our song, and never, never say die. Oh, down the road we go again, you and I, two very brave men.
Oh, magic mirror on the wall, open your eyes and tell me all. Where on the road is Jonathan Thomas, who is trying so hard to keep his promise?
Oh, mighty witch of Rumpelstitch, they've left the Looking-Glass land, and they travel along as they sing a song, with magic at their command.
Their magic is small and doesn't matter at all against the magic that I shall brew. I'll change into a tree. Just you wait and see. I'll show them a thing or two.
From what you've said, you're out of your head. It's so very plain to see. You may brew your brew, but I'm telling you, it doesn't make sense to me.
Just you wait and see, and stop talking back to me. I'll change to a tree before you count three. Along the path they roam, and when they arrive, if they're still alive, they'll wish that they'd stayed home. When they see the game that I've played, they'll forget where they're going or what they've gone after when they walk into my shade.
If you don't mind me saying, this game that you're playing is risky as it can be. You'll no doubt be happy, but you'll also be sappy if you insist on being a tree.
You think you're smart, but I'll play my part. I'll stop their foolish notions. They'll have me to thank when their minds go blank because of my magic potions. Little Jonathan Thomas, I'll show you how I keep my promise. Little Jonathan Thomas.
Oh, down the road we go again, you and I, two very brave men. For I'm as brave as you, and you're as brave as I. We'll ramble along, singing our song, and never, never say die.
That's right. Never, never say die.
Oh, Mr. Man in the Moon, we'll never say die. Oh, but I'll have to see him as tired as 2 times 2. Oh, maybe we could stop and rest a little while in the shade of that tree over there.
That's a very good idea, Jonathan Thomas. We'll stop and rest for a minute or two. Yes, sirree, Bob. Yeah. That's what we'll do. There's nothing better than I can see than to rest in the shade of that old tree. Come on, Jonathan Thomas. Hurry up!
Oh, my goodness, there they go. And that's just what the wicked old witch wanted them to do. Oh, dear. Once they get into the shade of that old tree, which is really the witch in disguise, they'll lose their memory and forget where they're going and all about poor old Santa Claus. Oh, my gracious, what will happen next? I can hardly wait for the next story about Jonathan Thomas to find out. Oh, I won't forget to listen, and you won't either, will you? I should say none. Don't turn that dial. This is the right station if you want to hear about Jonathan Thomas and his Christmas on the Moon. a cold winter's night I shall never forget. Santa Claus came in, and his feet were quite wet. He sat down by the fire and said, "I'll get warm. Never before have I seen such a storm." Just then, at the door, there came a loud knock. When I opened it up, I got such a shock. The wicked Squibobbliums came out of the night and kidnapped Santa Claus. But they had a good fight. They said, "We will see there's no toys this year. We hate all this nonsense about Christmas cheer." Well, Jonathan Thomas and the Man in the Moon have promised they'll find him and bring him back soon. Oh, Jonathan Thomas is just a wee lad. He's doing his best, and what trouble he's had. But with the Man in the Moon and Gorgonzola the horse, there isn't a doubt that they'll find him, of course. They're now on the way to Squiboblium land. It's a dangerous road, and I understand there's dwarfs and goblins and all such things, and nightmare forests and fairy rings. But the worst of it is, there's a wicked old witch who rules o'er a land called Rumpelstitch. She brews bad magic. Although she may scheme, she's dreadfully afraid of the Fairy Queen. For the good Fairy Queen knows a charm or two. Whenever there's trouble, she knows what to do. And not long ago, the travelers three met the little elf king, who gave them a key. Now, what do you think? It opened the door into Looking-Glass Land, and what is more, they met Alice, the queen, who asked them to dine. She'd said they'd find Santa in plenty of time, for she said, "I will help." Then to Jonathan Thomas she gave a whistle, and with it a promise, if he blew it once right before their eyes, he'd grow to be of enormous size. If he blew it twice, while yet he was tall, and right away he'd grow quite small. And sure enough, when he tried it out, she was right about it. There wasn't a doubt. So they thanked her kindly and hurried on to Squiboblium land, for the way is long. But the wicked old witch, she said with glee, "By the side of the road I'll be a tree. And the moment they pass within my shade, they'll forget who and where they are, I'm afraid." But now, if you're ready, suppose we see what happened next to the travelers three.
Hold your horses there now, stranger, 'cause you're walking into danger.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah. For goodness gracious sakes to goodness. Who said that? That's what I'd like to know. Who said that?
Yes, that's what I'd like to know. Who said that?
If you'd look to see, you'd see it was me. I'm standing very near. Well, sakes alive, please look alive. This is me, right here.
Oh, look, Mr. Man in the Moon. It's a little man with a beard.
Well, of all the insults I've ever heard, just never mind my long white beard. I guess I should have saved my breath and let you go right to your death.
Well, Jiminy Crickets, who are you?
Yes, who are you?
Well, Dad Bonnet, I'm Kermit the Hermit.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Hermit the Kermit?
No, not Hermit the Kermit, but Kermit the Hermit. Why don't you get it right?
Oh, I'm very sorry, if you please, sir. I didn't mean to get it wrong.
What did you say about saving us from our death, Mr. Hermit?
I've lived in these here woods for a mighty good long time, and I know every tree as well can be. And by cracky, they know me.
Well?
Well, sir, yesterday there was a brand new tree. It wasn't there before. And land of Goshen, it's just my notion that I'd better find out some more.
Find out what, if you please, sir?
Well, sir, as I said, I know every tree. But that there tree didn't look right to me. So I started to watch, kinda, spying and such. And what I saw gave me a stitch. That there tree moved around without making a sound. I'm telling ye, that there tree is a witch.
Did you say a witch?
Yep, that's what I said. And if it weren't for me, you'd all be dead.
Oh, gracious sakes to goodness.
If in the shade of that there tree you laid, well, sir, I guess in the shade of that there tree you'd have stayed. On account of that there shade is a spell, which I can tell very well, which that there wicked old witch has made.
Well, we're very grateful to you, Mr. Hermit the Kermit.
Dad, burn it. It isn't Hermit the Kermit. 'Tis Kermit the Hermit. Dad, burn it.
Oh,
for goodness sakes to goodness. We are sorrier than sorry. I humbly apologize. For gracious sakes to Flubdudge, I'm sorry.
You're very nice, Hermit, if you please, sir, 'cause you told us about that tree.
I'll tell you a secret, if and you'll swear to keep it, and it might do ye a bit of good. If you use it in time with the line of rhyme, you'll see if that there tree is made outen wood.
What is the secret, if you please?
If and you'll listen real well, I'll start in to tell. A very good way to break up the spell.
Uh-huh.
If a tree is really a tree, it's very easy to see. And I know some magic that'll make things a mite tragic. If a tree isn't a tree. So here's what you do when I tell it to you. Just say the lines and make sure it rhymes, and then just watch and see what happens to that there old tree.
What is a rhyme, if you please, Mr. Hermit?
1, 2, 3. You're not a tree, but a wicked old witch who's as bad can be.
What happens to the tree then, if you please?
Well, sir, don't ask me. Just watch and see. 'Cause what is to be, well, is to be. Now go right ahead and speak the rhyme that I said. But be sure you don't get in the shade. And I reckon when you're done, the tree will start to run. And the witch will be a mite sorry for the game she's played.
Yes, sir, Mr. Hermit. I'll say the rhyme right this minute.
Yep. Well, speak right up, Jonathan Thomas, and say it good and loud.
Yes, sir, Mr. Man in the Moon, as loud as ever I can. Here I go. 1, 2, 3. You're not a tree, but a wicked old witch who's as bad as can be.
Gee willikers. For gracious sakes to goodness, look what's happening to the tree.
It's changing into the witch.
Hey, what did I say?
Curses on you for your tricks. You'll put me in a terrible fix.
You'd better hurry up and go away from here, or we'll throw a lion growl at you.
Yes, we'll throw another growl at you. That's what...
Oh, yes, I'll go, but I'll come back, and that's a fact. That I yet find a way to keep my promise. You wait and see, Master Jonathan Thomas.
Oh, flim floods, for gracious sakes. Someday that old witch is going to make me so mad, she'll wish she hadn't.
She ought to mind her own porridge and leave us alone, hadn't she, Mr. Man in the Moon?
I should say so. But now it's time to go. But before we go, we want to say to you, Mr. Hermit the Kermit...
Dad, Burnett, the name is Kermit the Hermit. Not Hermit the Kermit, Dad Burnett.
Oh, yes, to be sure. But what I wanted to do was to say that we are very grateful to you.
Yes, we're very grateful to you, Mr. Hermit.
Well, sir, I do declare that's very fair.
Yes, sir. And if we can ever help you, just let us know. And now, come on, Jonathan Thomas. We've got to go. Goodbye, Mr. Hermit.
Goodbye, Mr. Hermit.
Yes, sirree. Goodbye.
Gracious to goodness.
Oh, look, Mr. Man in the Moon. He disappeared in a great big puff of smoke.
My sakes, I wonder what it takes to do such magic as that. It's probably vanishing cream. That's what it is, vanishing cream. Well, come on, Jonathan Thomas. It's growing late and we'll have to hurry.
It's getting dark, too. Oh, what's that? Just ahead of us.
Gee willikers. It's the pea soup fog, Jonathan Thomas.
The pea soup fog? I never heard of that.
Yep. It's 1 mile wide and 3 miles high. And we'll have to go through it to reach the land of Squeebubble.
And I don't like pea soup. I like onion soup much better.
You'll have to learn to like it, Jonathan Thomas, because here we go.
Oh, it's as dark as 2 times 2 and... Oh, look, Mr. Man in the moon. What's that?
Gee willikers. I don't know. We'd better ask and find out. Who are you?
I'm the Dragon of the 13 Tails, and I feed with greed on little boys, happy dogs, and big, fat snails.
Ooh.
Come on, Jonathan Thomas, we'd better run.
Oh, what a silly thing to do. But I can run faster than you, and I'll have such fun eating you up one by one. Ready or not, here I come.
Oh, my goodness to gracious. Out of the frying pan into the fire. Poor Jonathan Thomas and the Man in the Moon are having such a dreadful time trying to rescue poor old Santa Claus. And wouldn't it be dreadful if they got gobbled up by the dragon when they're almost to the land of Squeebobble? But whether they did or not, I don't know. We'll just have to wait until the next story of Jonathan Thomas to find out. So don't forget to listen, will you? I won't. Don't turn that dial. This is the right station if you want to hear about Jonathan Thomas and his Christmas on the Moon. On Christmas Day, when you find your toys, I wonder if any of you girls and boys will stop to think about Jonathan Thomas, the brave little boy who kept his promise. If it wasn't for him, the world would be sad on Christmas Day instead of so glad, because, you see, poor old Santa Claus was stolen away, and all because the wicked Squeebobbliums hate Christmas cheer and decided there wouldn't be any this year. But Jonathan Thomas and the Man in the Moon said, we'll find Santa and bring him home soon. And it's plain to be seen that unless they do, there'll be no more toys for you and for you. So they jumped upon Gorgonzola the horse, who said he would try to keep the right course, and away they went through the desert of sand, on the dangerous road to Squeebobblium land. They passed through a country of giants and gnomes, and the nightmare forest, where the wild wind moans, past the dragon's cave, and the home of the toad, and they never once got off of the road. But they've had such a time with a wicked old witch, who rules o'er a land called Rumplestitch. She's brewed much magic to bring them to harm, but the good fairy queen, she gave them a charm. She's their very great friend, and she's helped no end. And the little elf king, he gave them a key to a door in a wall, and quick as could be, they found themselves standing in Looking-Glass Land before good Queen Alice and her courtiers grand. Well, Queen Alice said, I'll help you out too, and this is exactly what I will do. I'll give you a whistle that will make you grow either up or down as you wish to go. Then the wicked old witch, she laughed with glee, and she said, I'll change myself into a tree, and I'll plant myself in a lonely glade. They'll forget who they are when they come to my shade. But Kermit the Hermit, he warned the three, so they stayed far away from the witch's tree. But soon they came to the pea soup fog, where it was cold and dark, and the ground like a bog. And they crept along like 3 little snails, till out came a dragon with 13 tails. They must have gone too close to his den. But here's where the story begins again.
Hurry Hurry, Jonathan Thomas. Run like mad, or the dragon will catch you and you'll wish you had.
I'm so tired. I don't think I can run much farther.
Then I'll carry you instead. And there's a house just ahead. And if we can hurry, we won't have to worry. But if we don't, we'll all be dead.
Maybe the dragon got tired and quit chasing it. And it's been in the moon. I don't hear him anymore.
Oh, yes, you do. For I'm still after you, running as fast as I can run. But I wish it go slow. It would please me so. For I've run so fast I'm nearly done.
Come on, Jonathan Thomas. Let's hurry like everything till we reach that house. And then the dragon can't get us.
I'm coming as fast as I can.
I can't last if you run so fast. I'm nearly out of breath. I'm not so fast as I used to was. I'm getting old, that's why, because I'm running myself to death.
Here we are, Jonathan Thomas. Knock on that door. Hurry, quick.
We better both knock.
Hurry up and answer the gate. If you don't write quick, it'll be too late.
Here comes the dragon.
I say, by God. We are coming in, Jonathan Thomas. Oh, goodness gracious. The sakes alive. Just in the nick of time.
Yes, just in the nick of time.
Oh, I say now, what's all this about? All this hammering and pounding? Why, it's putting me out.
We're very sorry we had to rush in on you this way. And whatever your name is.
If it's my name you wants to know, I'll be glad to oblige you, so. It starts with a D and ends with a Y. I-N-T in the middle, and I'll tell you why. The name's Dinty, don't you know?
Dinty, we are very pleased to meet you, Mr. Dinty.
Yes, we're very pleased to meet you, Mr. Dinty.
Well, now, if you don't mind, would you be so kind as to explain yourself to me? While you pound on the door and strike me what's more, you've upset me pot of tea.
We're very sorry, Mr. Dinty, if you please, but a terrible dragon was chasing us. He said he was going to gobble us out.
Yeah, and at the moment, we didn't feel in the mood of being gobbled down like a ham sandwich on whole wheat toast.
No.
Well, strike me pink. Now, what do you think? So that old dragon was after you. Then I'd no one to blame, and I'm glad you're kind. It's the proper thing to do.
You suppose the dragon will wait outside for us to come out so he can gobble us up?
I'll open the window, and then we'll know if that dragon is lurking about. He'll probably sit in a dithering fit, and then he'll start into pack.
I've never heard of a dragon that's out.
Well, he does, I'll say, and if he can't have his way. Now, up with the window we go.
Is he out there still?
I say, Mr. Dragon, make yourself seen. Are you there, old chappie, old boy, old bean?
Is he still there?
I'm here, never fear, and here I'll stay till they come out of it forever and a day.
Oh, come now, old dragon, old top, I say. There's no need to wait, so go away and come again some other day.
Oh, now, Mr. Dinty, that's no way to be. I'm hungry. I'm starved. And you know me. Come on, Mr. Dinty. Be a sport. Just give me the little boy, the one that's so short.
The answer is no. So go on. Go, go, go.
Ah, Mr. Dinty, don't be so mean. You're the stingiest tightwad I've ever seen. Come on now. Don't be so tight. I only want just a little bit.
No.
All right for you, then. After the kind of a friend to you I've been, all right for you. I guess we're through. So there.
Well, by my hat, I'm clever, that.
Gracious sakes to goodness. Whatever shall we do? We've got to go to the land of Squeebobble, and we've got to hurry faster than fast. But how can we go? That's what I'd like to know. If that old dragon hangs around waiting for us.
Yes, because we have to rescue Santa Claus.
Well, by Jove now, if that's the fact, I do declare we'll have to act. I say, I've thought of a thing to do. I've got some plum pudding that I'll give to you.
Plum pudding? Well, what good will that do?
To give to the dragon, for goodness sake. And when he eats it, he'll have a tummy ache.
Goodness gracious, Whiffle Waffle. That's a wonderful idea.
Yes, that's a wonderful idea.
If it only works.
It'll work, I'm sure. And there's no known cure. For it's made by me wife, and it's more than my life to eat it. Here, take the old pan, and go as quickly as you can, and when the dragon stops you, well, I suppose I needn't tell you what to do.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Dinty. We are very much obliged.
You're not as obliged as I. That's the truth, and nary a lie. It'll be the end of me life if me sweet little wife says, Dinty, eat up the plum pudding.
Oh, I see.
Oh, I see.
Well, we're glad to have helped you out, and now we'd better go. And we'll fix that dragon till his tails will stop wagging. Yes, sir. Come on, Jonathan Thomas.
Goodbye, Mr. Dandy.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Come back again sometime.
We will.
Now then, I wonder where that dragon is.
You needn't wonder where I'm at. Here I am, and here I've sat, just waiting and waiting and waiting for you. And how do you know what I'm going to do?
No, we don't.
But we'll probably soon find out.
It's been some time since I've had a chance to dine. So now, I'm going to stop you for the entree, and you for dessert. A goody chump.
For gracious sakes to goodness. That's not very kind of you, but kindly is as kindly does. So I'll tell you what we'll do. Everyone knows that your appetite grows if first you eat some plum pudding.
Did you say plum pudding?
Of course.
Of course.
Well, that's very kind of you. I don't mind if I do.
Right here, if you please, Mr. Dragon.
Plum pudding. I love it so. And down my throat it'll quickly go.
Is it good, Mr. Dragon?
As good as it should.
It's the best I've ate. It's wonderful cake, and I... Oh,
what's the trouble?
I've got the tummy ache.
Come on, Jonathan Thomas. Now's that chance to
Wait! Till I'm over my tummy ache.
Well, I've always been sorry when somebody got the tummy ache, but I am certainly not sorry that old dragon got the tummy ache, because if he hadn't, what in the world would have happened to Jonathan Thomas and the Man in the Moon? But say, I wonder what'll happen next. Don't forget to listen to the next story of Jonathan Thomas and his Christmas on the Moon, will you? I won't. Don't turn that dial. This is the right station if you want to hear about Jonathan Thomas and his Christmas on the Moon. Poor old Santa is in such a flurry, for right in the midst of the Christmas hurry, the bad Squeebobliums, who hate Christmas joy, decided he couldn't distribute his toys. So they stole him away in a dark, stormy night. Oh, goodness knows he put up a good fight. And they took him away to Squeebobble Land, where they tied him so tight he can't move a hand. Now, what kind of a Christmas do you think there can be without any toys to hang on the tree? But in spite of the fact that we're feeling so sad, we're putting our faith in a wee little lad who, with the man in the moon and a talking horse named Gorgonzola, are now on their course to Squeebobble Land to find Santa Claus and punish those people for breaking the laws. But the way is dangerous and very long. They have to be careful so they don't go wrong. For the road leads through a forest so deep, they'll never wake up if they go to sleep. And through a country where giants and gnomes and brownies and goblins make their homes. Oh, it's lots of trouble, but Jonathan Thomas is not the boy who will break a promise. But the worst of it is, there's a wicked old witch who rules o'er a land called Rumplestitch. She spends every day and most of the night thinking of things to fill them with fright. But I'm pretty sure they won't come to harm, for the good fairy queen gave them a charm. The little elf king, he gave them a key, which opened a door, and quick as could be, they found themselves standing in Looking-Glass Land before Queen Alice and her courtiers grand. Queen Alice said, "I know magic too. Here is a whistle, and I promise you, if you blow it once, you'll grow quite tall. If you blow it twice, you'll soon grow small." The old witch heard, and she laughed with glee. She said, "I'll turn myself into a tree. I'll plant myself in the lonely glade. They'll have to pass right through my shade." But Kermit the Hermit warned the three. He said, "That's a witch. It's not a tree." So they went their way to the pea-soup fog, and soon they were lost in the terrible bog. They couldn't go fast. They were slow as snails. Then they saw a dragon with 13 tails, who chased them until they were out of breath. Even the dragon was tired to death. But Dinty the keeper, who heard the uproar, invited them in and shut the door. He said, "I'll give you a piece of plum cake. Just feed the dragon and his stomach will ache. Now sit right still and have no fear. What happened next, we soon will hear."
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. This is the court of King Squeebeeble, of the land of Squeebobble, and all of its people. Let there be quiet and no disorder, for the court of the king is now in order.
Well, what is the business of the day? Is there anyone here with taxes to pay?
There is one who has come, your majesty, who states she has great news.
Well, do tell.
Her Highness, the Duchess of Rumplestitch, of magic, spells, and brews.
Speak, O witch of Rumplestitch. What word have you heard that you bring to me?
If you listen, O king, you will very soon see.
Well, then, speak, and don't take a week. What is it you have to say? For I'm a very busy man, as busy as I can, and I haven't much time to play.
On the road which leads to this very fair land, there are 3 travelers, and very close at hand.
Well?
Gorgonzola, the horse, and Jonathan Thomas, and Mr. Man in the Moon. And you'd best take care lest you're caught unaware, for they'll be here very soon.
Why should travelers ever come here? And if they did, what have I to fear?
You're not as wise as a king should be, and for this service you should richly reward me.
What is this talk of travelers 3? It doesn't make sense at all to me.
I'm telling you all this news because they're coming to rescue Santa Claus.
Oh, is that so? Well, what do you know? They'd better have a care. I'll change their tune. I'll stop them soon. It's amazing to me that they dare. Sound the alarm. Call out the guard. Have soldiers surround the palace courtyard. Capture the fools as soon as they're near. For I say there shall be no Christmas this year. I'll post a reward of 10 pounds by for whoever captures them dead or alive.
Oh, mighty king, you're wiser than most anything. And though they've broken through my spell, they'll now learn a lesson and learn it well. And now I trow I'll keep my promise. There'll be an end to Jonathan Thomas. Squim-dum-do, squim-dum-dee. How very much this pleases me. How very much this pleases me.
Well, I must confess I'm very vexed, and I wonder what's going to happen next. For Jonathan Thomas and the Man in the Moon will arrive in Squibobble-land, and I think very soon. And I'm as worried as I can be. But maybe we better go look and see if there's anything wrong as they travel along. So in half a lamb shake, we'll quickly take a look at the Traveler's Tree.
Oh, this is the way we go. This is the way we go. So the winds do blow, and though it may snow, this is the way we go. So clippity-hop, we'll never stop till we reach Squibobble-land. For we're brave as brave, and Santa will save from the terrible Squibobble-land.
My gracious to goodness, Jonathan Thomas, we are almost there. But we'll have to take care. We don't get ourselves caught or by fiddlesticks. We'll be in a fix, for the Squibobbles are a terrible lot.
When we get to the land of Squibobble, Mr. Man in the Moon, how will we rescue Santa Claus, if you please?
It's a very good question that you ask. I'll have to admit it'll be quite a task. But we'll have to plan as best we can.
Do you think they got Santa Claus in jail?
Of course they have. I haven't a doubt. It's as hard to get in as it is to get out. Look, Jonathan Thomas. There are the walls of Squibobble-land. The end of our journey is close at hand.
Oh, they got big walls around the city of Squibobble. I wonder how we'll get through.
Well, I've been wondering the same thing, too.
Oh, what's that noise, Mr. Man in the Moon?
For gracious sakes. Now, I don't know. They're drums. But why are they pounding so?
Maybe it's the Squibobbles and they're out looking for us.
Well, gracious sakes and heavenly day, what a very silly thing to say. You needn't worry or have any fear, for they don't know that we're even here.
I hope they don't, because I don't want to get caught by the wicked Squibobbles.
Of course you don't, and neither do I. Say, those drums are getting louder. Oh, me, oh, my.
Oh, they're getting louder than 2 times 2. Maybe we better hide someplace till we find out what they are.
That's a very good thought, and I think we ought. We'd better go this way. And gracious to goodness, and Jiminy Cricket. Run for your life, Jonathan Thomas. The Squibobbles are coming.
Squim-dum-do, squim-dum-dee, look and tell me what you see. Oh, magic mirror on the wall, tell the truth and tell it all.
Oh, mighty witch of Rumpelstitch, this is a tragic day. You've kept your promise, and Jonathan Thomas is now being salted away.
Oh, magic mirror on the wall, you're heading for an awful fall, and you'll receive a very hard bang if you don't stop that awful slang.
If it's words you want, words you'll get to open your ears and to get all set. Far to the north in Squeebobble Land, they've got the travelers tied foot and hand. And this is the truth. And I haven't lied. And I hope and trust you're satisfied.
Squim-dum-dee, squim-dum-do. That's something I'm most glad to know. For now I can say I've kept my promise and put a stop to Jonathan Thomas. I've put a stop to Jonathan Thomas.
Oh, my goodness, I was afraid of that. For that wicked old witch usually gets her way. But now, what'll we do for Christmas Day? It makes me so mad I could almost shout. For how in the world will old Santa get out? And poor Jonathan Thomas and the Man in the Moon, they'd better escape, and very soon. But when they're put in jail and locked up so, how can they do it, I'd like to know. Oh, my goodness, it's such a worry. I wish I knew the rest of the story. Don't you? Well, we'll find out what's going to happen in the next story of Jonathan Thomas and his Christmas on the Moon. So don't forget to listen, will you? I won't. Don't turn that dial. This is the right station if you want to hear about Jonathan Thomas and his Christmas on the Moon. Oh, my goodness. I very much fear it's time for old Santa Claus soon to be here. But how in the world will we have time to pack when they haven't yet found him and brought him back? You know, the Squeebobliums stole him away, and they did it because they hate Christmas Day. Jonathan Thomas said he'd find him soon. So he started out with the Man in the Moon to Squeebobble Land. And as a matter of course, they rode upon Gorgonzola the horse. It's a long, long way they've had to go, and the trouble they've had, you'll never know. For the road leads down through the fairy rings, past the home of giants and goblins and things. It's not much fun for a wee little boy, but he promised the children they'd have their toys. I'm glad it's his promise to keep and not mine, and he'll have to hurry. There isn't much time. The trouble has been there's a wicked old witch who rules o'er a land called Rumplestitch. She's wise indeed in the ways of magic, and the things she plans are very tragic. But they've had the help of the good fairy queen. She knows how to spoil the old witch's scheme. One day as they traveled, they saw a great wall, and there wasn't a way around it at all. As far as their eyes could see and more, there was nothing in sight but a row of doors. So they entered one. Though I can't understand, they found themselves standing in Looking-Glass Land. Then lovely Queen Alice said, "Now that you're here, I surely must help you, for Christmas is near." So she gave them a whistle, which would make them grow tall, or, if they preferred, it would make them grow small. She said, "I am sure it will help you out. When you rescue Santa, you will need it, no doubt." So they thanked her kindly and bade her good day. But in the pea-soup fog, they soon lost their way. As they wandered around, they heard weepings and wails, and out came a dragon with 13 tails. He chased them until they were quite out of breath. They were snatched just in time from a terrible death by Dinty the Keeper, who heard the uproar, and he let them come in. Then he slammed the door. But he said, "Here's a present. It's a piece of plum cake. If the dragon eats it, his stomach will ache." Well, the dragon ate it and got very sick. He was really quite hurt that they'd played such a trick. But right after that, their trouble was double. They were captured alive by the awful Squeebobbles. Now let's see what's happened to them, for here's where the story begins again.
Oh, gracious sakes to goodness. I'm so angry I could weep and wail, for I don't like being thrown in jail.
No, and I don't like it either. I wish we were out of here. How are we going to rescue Santa Claus if we're locked up in jail?
That wicked old King Squeeble, he's the meanest man of all the people. If I had my hands on him, I'd show him a thing or two. You bet your boots that's what I'd do.
Ooh, listen, Mr. Man in the Moon. It sounds like someone was opening the door.
I wonder who it is.
it's only me. Who else could it be? I've come to see you two, so as I can tell if you're hearty and well. That's what I've come to do.
Is that so? Well, let me tell you a thing or two. You'd better let us out of here. That's what you'd better do.
Yes, that's what you better do.
Now, isn't it a shame? And really, I'm not to blame for holding you prisoners so. For I can't let you out, no matter how you shout. It's impossible to let you go.
Why?
Yeah, why?
Why? Why, because of Santa Claus and a promise that I made this year. There shan't be a toy for any girl or boy, and there shan't be any Christmas cheer. That's why. And now, goodbye.
You think you're smart, but you'll find out, 'cause we'll try till we do get out.
Yes, we'll try till we do get out.
In spite of your tongue wagging and all of your bragging, you'll stay here, just never fear. And you can just remember that when you get out, it'll be hot in the middle of December.
It'll be hot for you, and that's a promise. Not only from me, but from Jonathan Thomas.
Yes.
Pish and tush. What a lot of slush. And all I've got to say, I hope you stay well in this dungeon cell, and I hope you enjoy your stay. Goodbye.
Sludge dice. Someday that king is going to get me mad, and when he does, it'll be pretty bad.
What are we going to do, Mr. Man in the Moon?
I only wish I knew what we could do.
I wish my daddy was here. He'd fix up that old wicked king.
Oh, now there's no use to cry, 'cause we're not going to die. There's no reason for all your fears. We'll get some out some way, that I'll say. So come on now, dry up your tears.
I wish we were small as 2 little ants. Then we could go under the door. And then I did bet we could.
Oh, for goodness sakes, the Jiminy Cricket's hand flub-a-dudge.
What's the matter, Mr. Man in the Moon, if you please?
Oh, I've got an idea, and it makes me so awful sore. Why in the world didn't I think of it before?
What idea, if you please?
Didn't Queen Alice, when you were in the palace, give you a magic whistle?
Uh-huh.
Did you lose it?
No, of course I didn't. I got it right here in my pocket.
Well, then, for goodness gracious sakes alive, take your whistle and blow it twice. And if the whistle is any good at all, you'll shrink and shrink till you'll be right small.
Oh, that's right, Mr. Man in the Moon. I forgot all about the whistle.
I said not to fear, we'd get out of here, and that's what we're going to do. We'll yet keep our promise, Master Jonathan Thomas, quicker than you can count up to 2.
But what about you, Mr. Man in the Moon? Maybe I can grow smaller and get out of this jail. But you can't.
I'll tell you the thing to do. Why, there's nothing to it at all. First blow the whistle and grow right small. Then crawl right under the dungeon wall. Then when you get out, don't make a sound, but be right quiet and look around. Then blow the whistle once more. Then when you grow up, then unlock the door. It's as simple as counting from 1 up to 4.
Oh, that's a very good idea, Mr. Man in the Moon. I wonder why we didn't think of that before.
Oh, the king will be angry and chock full of wrath. And he who laughs last always has the best laugh. Come on now, blow your whistle, Jonathan Thomas. And then we'll hurry and keep our promise. We'll show them something about Christmas cheer. We'll have the best Christmas of any old year.
Here I go, Mr. Man in the Moon. I'm ready to blow my whistle.
Then hurry and blow so you'll quickly go.
One for the money, two for the show, three to get ready, and four to go.
For gracious sakes to goodness. You're getting smaller and smaller.
Oh, look at me, Mr. Man in the Moon. I'm getting as small as 2 times 2.
There, now, you're small enough. That magic spell is sure fine stuff.
Here I go under the door, Mr. Man in the Moon, and as soon as I get outside, I'll let you out.
I won't worry if you'll quickly hurry.
It'll only be a minute. Here I go under the wall. Now, here I am outside. I must blow my whistle once, and then grow up tall again so I can open the door. Oh, I'm beginning to grow tall again, taller and taller and taller. And now I can open the door. There, the door's open. Come on, Mr. Man in the Moon.
For gracious sakes. And now let's hurry faster and faster because now is the time to rescue Santa Claus.
We'll sneak down this hall, 'cause I heard the King Squeebibble say that Santa Claus is in jail right down here.
Let us be very quiet or we'll start a riot. And they'll all begin to roar. Gracious to goodness and Jiminy Crickets. Look, I think this is the door.
I think it is, too.
Then we'll unlock the door. And open the door. Yeah. Hello, Santa Claus.
Hello, Santa Claus.
Hello, Mr. Man in the Moon. I knew you'd get here in time for this year, but you didn't arrive too soon.
This is Jonathan Thomas, Mr. Santa Claus.
I'm very pleased to meet you, if you please.
How do you do, my little man? I've met you before. And my gracious, what's more, I was planning to meet you again.
You mean on Christmas morning, if you please?
Of course. Let's see. You wanted a rocking horse, a boat, a sled, and a train. I got your letter, which said you've been much better, and you'll never be bad again.
That's right.
Oh, for goodness sakes to graciousness. Here, there won't be any toys under the Christmas tree. There won't be any Christmas at all this year if we don't hurry and get out of here. Come on, let's go through this door and turn to your right. Goodness to gracious, what a sight. Soldiers are coming. We'd better start running.
Oh, we're going to be caught again.
Run for your life!
Oh, my goodness. Just when they're making good their escape, they've been found out, and soldiers coming from every direction. Do you think Jonathan Thomas and Santa Claus and the Man in the Moon will be caught? Oh, I certainly hope not, because here it is almost Christmas. Well, we'll find out, I guess, in the next story of Jonathan Thomas. So don't forget to listen, will you? I won't. Don't turn that dial. This is the right station if you want to hear about Jonathan Thomas and his Christmas on the Moon. It was a cold winter's night and time to retire, and Santa Claus sat before his warm fire. He said to himself, "Well, I made that nice sled that I promised to Johnny, and I painted it red. And I fixed up that train to make it run steady. The dolls are finished. I think I'm most ready." He heaved a great sigh and said, "I'll take a nap." And just then on the door there came a loud rap. 'Twas the wicked Squeebobliums who hate Christmas cheer. And they said to Santa, "We'll fix you this year." So they tied him up tight, though he made a good fight, and carried him off through the cold, dark night. Now Jonathan Thomas, who's a wee little lad, heard what had happened, and he felt very sad. He said, "I'll find Santa, with the help, of course, of the Man in the Moon and Gorgonzola the horse." And the three started out on their perilous way.
to find Santa Claus before Christmas Day. Well, you'd be surprised how much trouble they've had, what with giants and goblins and things that are bad. And the wickedest kind of a wicked old witch who rules o'er a land called Rumpelstitch has done her best with her terrible magic to make the end of this story tragic. But the good fairy queen has kept them from harm. For whatever happens, she knows the right charm. And I've had faith that the three would succeed. 'Cause you can't make mistakes when you do a good deed. Well, they walked right into Looking Glass Land, where they met Queen Alice in her court so grand, and she gave them a whistle to make them grow tall. Or, if they preferred, it would make them grow small. They were chased by a dragon with 13 tails, and then the Squeebobliums put them in jail. But Jonathan Thomas, he kept his head and blew the whistle as Queen Alice said. And he grew so small, he crept under the door. And then he grew up, and what is more, he opened the door for the man in the moon, and they rescued Santa quicker than soon. And now they're home safe in Santa Claus Land. They're having a party that's ever so grand. I'd like to be there myself, wouldn't you? Let's listen in and hear what they do.
Jingle bells, jingle all the way. For Jonathan Thomas has kept his promise, it is a happy day. Oh, jingle bells, jingle all the while. Let everyone come and join the fun and wear your biggest smile.
Just look and see the Christmas tree. 'Tis such a beautiful sight. To see such cheer again this year, I could shout with all my might. For Jonathan Thomas has kept his promise and rescued Santa Claus. He's as brave as can be, as you can all see. The bravest that ever was.
Ho, ho, ho! How well I know. To me, he's such a joy. He's as brave as 10 men. And I say again, he's a mighty fine little boy. And now I trow the time has come for a speech to be heard by everyone. I told you I would, as I knew I should, and I always keep my promise. So now I present tonight's main event, a speech by Jonathan Thomas.
For gracious sakes to goodness, Jonathan Thomas, hurry up and make a speech. Yeah. And if I know you, it'll be a peach.
But I don't know how to make a speech.
Go right ahead. Make it out of your head. For everyone wants to hear how it could be that you rescued me and bring such Christmas cheer.
But I couldn't have rescued you, Mr. Santa Claus, if it hadn't been for the man in the moon and everybody else that was so nice to help me.
Oh, flim, flam, and flubdud. He's only trying to flatter, for he did it, I own, by himself alone. So don't believe such chatter.
You helped me, Mr. Man in the Moon, and so did the 3 little dwarfs, Weasel, Sneasel, and Beezle.
That's not very true.
For it was you.
And that's true, Blue.
So don't try to spoof.
For we have proof.
And we speak the truth.
Jonathan Thomas, you kept your promise and rescued Santa Claus. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Ho, ho, hee, hee. I guess you can see that credit is due where credit should be.
But if the 3 little dwarfs hadn't taught me the magic words, the wicked old witch would have gobbled me up.
I never heard of a magic word. Pray tell me, how does it go? I like a line of magic rhyme. So what is it, I'd like to know?
It's very easy, Mr. Santa Claus. You say it this way. Hansquee, Nansquee, Giggledy Fay.
Whenever the magic word you say of Hansquee, Nansquee, Giggly Vay, it is my cue to appear to you. It is the magic way.
Oh, hello, Your Majesty. If you please,
Well, bless my soul, we'll have such cheer. For now most all of us are gathered here, but wait. There are two who are late. Well, speak of them all, and in they fall. Well, someone hurry and open the door, but wait a minute, for there's one thing more. Jonathan Thomas, now shut your eyes and stand right still. Now, open the door and let them in. It's your walrus friend and Whiskery Bill.
Hello.
Oh, hello, Whiskery Bill.
It's as nice as can be for me to see that you're back again so soon. But I knew you could, as you said you would. You and the man in the moon.
Like me pink, I say. What a happy day. It's more than I could wish. Such lovely cheer. I'm glad I'm here. Will somebody throw me a fish?
Ho, 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 ho! My gracious to goodness. We're having a wonderful party. No thanks to that witch of Rumplestitch, who thinks she's such a smarty. But let the bells ring out. We'll sing and shout and join in the fun with everyone. But we'll have to be fast, for the party can't last, because I've got to leave. For you see, I can't wait, or else I'll be late. For tonight is Christmas Eve, and I'll pack on my back my large toy sack, then into my sleigh and away through ice and snow to the world below, to be there on Christmas Day.
Oh, I feel all goose pimply, I do. 'Cause I like Christmas better than 2 times 2 times 2.
Before we go, we'd like to show how much we think of you. For you've kept your promise, Master Jonathan Thomas, a very fine thing to do. When morning does break, and when you awake, you needn't have a care, but look under your tree, and there you'll see that your toys will all be there.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Santa Claus, if you please.
We couldn't go wrong if we sang a song. Santa Claus, now what do you say? Let's have a tune before he leaves the moon to remember this happy day.
Ho, 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 ho. That's a very fine thought, and I think we ought. Oh, strike up the music clear. Let the bells loudly ring and everyone sing. Let's have lots of Christmas cheer.
Oh, come all ye faithful, joyful and triumphant. Oh, come ye to Bethlehem. Come and behold him, born the King of angels. Oh, come, let us adore him. Oh, come, let us adore him.
Jonathan Thomas. Jonathan Thomas. It's time to wake, laddie boy. Jonathan Thomas. It's Christmas morning, Jonathan Thomas. Don't you want to get up? Don't you want to see what old Santa Claus left for you under the Christmas tree?
Oh, hello, Daddy. Oh, I've been up on the moon.
Uh-huh.
And I already know what Santa Claus left for me. 'Cause he told me, Daddy. He did.
Oh, you just think you know. Why, you couldn't guess in a million years.
Is it a rocking horse and a sled and a train?
Eh? Why, how did you know?
I told you that Santa Claus told me. Oh, I almost forgot.
Mm-hmm.
Where's Gus?
Gus? Why, he's right here by your side.
Oh, my goodness. I thought he was lost. Hello, Gus. Oh. Now, come on, Daddy. Let's take Gus and go down the steps to the Christmas tree and...
Right.
Oh, wait a minute, Daddy.
Mm-hmm.
I hope every boy and girl in the world will have as wonderful a Christmas as I have. And I wish I could see them all and say, Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
And that goes double from all of us. And what a happy Christmas we'll have, 'cause Jonathan Thomas has kept his promise and rescued Santa Claus. And now, a Merry Christmas to all, and to all, a Happy New Year.